Hello, hello. Testing, testing. One, two, three. One, two, three. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're gonna give this just a couple of minutes because Twitch has been having some problems today, and then me kind of coming in late and stuff doesn't help. Hey, Chris. Top of the evening to you, mate. Um, so I want to give just a couple of extra minutes for people to join in and stuff. And that'll give me a little time to get a little extra set up. But if you want to keep up to date, we're starting a bit earlier. Normally, I don't start till 9 o'clock Eastern, and I'm starting early for reasons. If you want to keep up to date with little schedule changes like this, not to mention real life sometimes jumps in and then I'm a few minutes late, whatever, then join us on Discord, join us on Twitter at RPGamer, and we'll keep you posted. Or follow me. I'm at JCServant. All that information will eventually make its way to the bottom of the screen, and you can join us. Yes, Child of Light is the game. So very excited to talk about to do a complete playthrough of Child of Light. So this is going to kick off a new series. If you've been listening to my previous broadcast, you know that I have been cooking something. Can you smell what Phil has been cooking? And I have been cooking indeed. In fact, I will share it with you guys just in case you haven't had an opportunity to see it. We'll flip over to the almighty or the desktop display cam here, and we'll show you what the heck I'm talking about. So I have plans to play through these games are right here. So Child of Light's the first one. And when I say play through them here with you guys live on Twitch at RPGamer. So we're starting with Child of Light, going on a Steam World Quest, Dragon Age Awakening, which is part of the RPG XP show, the RPGamer Experience show. So I'm going to do that playthrough online. I think that one is a little bit less less triggering to Twitch, so I think I could probably get away with a complete playthrough. We'll give it a shot and see how well it goes. Dark Souls will probably be one of the very few games I won't do a complete playthrough of. I'll be honest, I do not foresee myself actually beating Dark Souls. But most of these games will be complete playthroughs. Cosmic Star Hero and Heroine will be complete playthrough, and then we got Boot Hill for the King. We'll do a complete playthrough at least of one map until I at least, or I might die a couple of times. We'll see how that works out. Boot Hill Heroes, the sequel to Boot Hill, and then we have Gaijin 3. And if you never heard of that one, that's kind of like Jade Empire met Final Fantasy and they had a kid. It is a very, very interesting game, and I can't wait to share that with you. Then we'll do a couple of full run throughs of Star Renegade from start to finish. Because usually on the Wheel of Rogue, when it pops up, Star Renegade's pop ups, I get maybe one leg of a run done. I don't get a complete run done. So, going to put some good time onto it on the stream. And then probably Beyond Divinity, and maybe I could learn how to spell too, but Beyond Divinity, which is kind of a hint towards our next season. But yeah, that's kind of what we have lined up here. This is subject to change, and this is usually happens on Saturday, Mondays, and Wednesday nights, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, you can either catch those complete playthroughs here, and then once they're wrapped up, and assuming I'm successful and I get all the way to the end, then we will package up, put a bow tie on it, and move it on over to YouTube. So if you missed the complete playthrough, there are parts you missed or whatever, you'll be able to catch them on YouTube. We'll put them on a nice little cute playlist and stuff. So you can go and check those out over there. So very, very excited. Thank you, Google Spreadsheets. Keeps my life in order. It really, really does. It's very handy that way. But yes, today we're going to be starting Child of Light here. So my wallpaper here with all kinds of stuff. We'll turn that back off, and we're gonna hope and pray that the capturing gods are in a good mood today. 'Cause we were having some issues last time with all the rogues, but we will get Child of Light queued up here. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a great evening. 2020. We had a great party. I felt it was a lot of fun. Thank all of you who joined me on New Year's Eve, and joined the rest of the RP Gamer crew beforehand. I think we had a really great, nice long stream, and a lot of people participated. So we had some high viewer counts, and really, really do appreciate that. While I'm waiting for that to boot, I will remind you guys that JCServant Plays is a production of RPGamer.com, your source for news, reviews, podcast, and home to the best gaming community on the net. You can check it all out over at RPGamer.com, and there's just so much to do there. It's not even funny. There's just so much. I was reading a review on Sheeran, the newest Sheeran that came out on the PC. Is it the Tower of Fate and Dice and all that other jazz? I can never remember that whole name. It's just a little crazy. It is a really long name. But we are going to get this guy started in just a minute here. I'm just fixing a setting that was apparently not set very well. Because we only have, as always, we only have the highest quality productions here at rpgamer.com. Really, we do. Moogle, Lactomancer, really great to see you again. I'm always happy to have Mr. Sabin 1001, one of the owners of RPGamer.com. Always pleasure to have him on here. And we are going to, I got the game running here. I just need to get it to where it's actually going to work with OBS real quick. I had this fixed before, and then it decided to have a little bit of an issue. So we will fix that right now. All right, and there should be an accept button. Select and back and accept, and here we go. Let's give this a shot and see. Big shout out to my good friend Moogle Lactomancer. Absolutely, absolutely. We're gonna try to make the game capture work today. It did work rather well for Slay the Spire, though. I will give it that. Boom! All right, little outside the pink border, but I will take it because that little outside the border thing, that's kind of easy to fix. The aspect ratio is a little bit off, but we could probably pick a better resolution for that. Maybe we could try that. Accept that guy and make this one a bit bigger, and boom. Boom, there we go. There we go. So we are here with Child of Light. All good to go. Yippee-ki-yay. Very beautiful game. Very awesome game. I love this game. And I haven't done a complete playthrough of it before. I got started with it on my Vita back in the day, and I didn't really get through it because I got distracted by other shiny things. But we're going to do it. We're going to do a complete playthrough. And for those of you who don't know, Child of Light was initially released on April 29th, 2014. It was developed by Ubisoft Montreal, and it's been released on everything by now. I mean, it was even on the Wii U, for crying out loud, the Xbox 360, and everything else. Yeah, the soundtrack, which is probably a little loud compared to my voice now that I look at the soundbar, so hopefully that makes it a little bit easier to hear me. But yeah, Child of Light has been around now for about 6 or 7 years, and one of the reasons I picked it is because it's a shorter experience, and I want to get these Let's Plays off to a positive. For me personally, I'm not really good at beating games. I get distracted. Ooh, shiny. Let me go play some new Monster Hunter. Let me go play this over here, and I forget to go back to games. So I want to start this something with that I could stay up with. Well, it says it's capturing it. I'll bump it up a little bit more. Ideally, I'm looking at the sound bars over here on the left, and ideally, I want to make sure that that you can hear me. You guys keep me posted if I'm too low, too high. We'll continue to try to balance it out. All right. I was hearing it. Well, hopefully you can hear me and hear it just fine now. Hopefully there's a good balance there. You guys can let me know, because it's really hard for me to check that against myself without putting my own voice in my head, and I'm terrible when my own voice is coming through that. It never works for me. I start walking into walls. It disorients me that much. It's crazy and whatnot. But yeah, you can see the artwork on this game is just absolutely, beautiful and gorgeous, and it's so pretty, so pretty. Alrighty. Alright, does it sound good to you guys? Any questions, any concerns before we get started here? Just wanted to give a last minute sound check here. I mean, I can test it out on my phone real quick and see how I hear on my phone. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good on my phone. All right. I try not to turn that up too loud. Maybe a smidge lower. Yeah, we can turn that a smidge lower. There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. Unfortunately, Child of Light, this is kind of interesting. So there's Uplay thing here, and I remember when I first bought this game, I had to install it through Uplay, but now it installs through Steam. It's very confusing to me, but I know my good friend Mike Meeky had a crap ton of problems with Uplay with another game, or it might have been Child of Light, actually. But I'm happy to report that it installs through Steam just fine for me, and I didn't run into any IT issues. I will be using a controller on this. And oh, geez, I got an options between casual and expert. Well, I can adjust at any time. I do like a challenging experience, given that I'm such a big fan of the combat system. I want these fights to be a little touch and go. Top of the evening to you, Mrs. Anna. It is a pleasure to have you here as always. And I'm excited to hear that I'm the MVP. Okay, I'll let the intro play for a second.
Tuck yourself in bed and let me tell a story of Lemuria, a long-lost kingdom, and a girl born for glory. In Austria was a crown land ruled by a duke. Aurora was his daughter, child of a duchess mysterious, beloved by her father. He raised the girl alone. They were rarely apart, till the duke felt lonely and misplaced his heart. It was the Great Friday before Easter 1895. Players performed for the Duke, his new bride at his side. That night, Aurora went to sleep. The fire burned down low. She caught a chill that spread. Her skin was cold as snow. At dawn they found her, vacant, Aurora's light gone out. Her father wept and pleaded, but there could be no doubt. For all intents and purposes, Aurora was dead. And yet, once upon a time, she awoke in a strange land instead.
What am I seeing? I must be dreaming. Shout out to Canada. Alrighty, looks like Father. Looks like the intro is done. Wake me from the slumber. As always, when when I do Let's Plays, if there is voice acting, I will quickly go silent and let the game do its job. But if there's just text on the screen, I will read it, so you don't have to. And you'll be able to just kind of halfway pay attention and still get the full story without actually having to stare at the screen. It's one of my issues when I'm watching, like, I'm always playing a game when I watch TV. I'm usually playing something that, like World of Warcraft or something that I don't have to pay too much attention to. I always hate it when I'm watching, like, Japanese anime and it's Japanese spoken language, but the subtitles are there in English, so you gotta stare at the screen to get the full story, as opposed to, like, most stuff that comes out here in America, I can just kind of listen to it. So, first world problems, I know. Right to the old monastery. So yeah, as soon as you start this game, I mean, it's just oozing graphical and style and all that other jazz. It's so pretty, so beautiful, just really, really awesome. Excuse me, really awesome. Okay, don't have a double jump. And it's just so beautifully done. if you've not played this game. I'm gonna say like I like to play. I can tell you right now, you need to get take. It is a short experience, relatively speaking to most RPGs. You do not have to have a huge investment in the time it takes you to level one level in classic World of Warcraft. You could probably beat this whole thing. Notice I say classic World of Warcraft, the updated World of Warcraft, of course, makes the leveling experience a bit easier. All right, so we got this wolf thing here, and he's up there. He's guarding a chest, and a little sea thing I can push to get into. I just can't get into the aesthetic of this game? What? What? What are you talking about? This is so pretty. How can you not get into the aesthetic of this game? Yeah, no, they say this stuff is subjective, but no, objectively, this game is beautiful. No doubt this thing is beautiful. I find it so much more appealing than Fell Seal. Oh, now there's a hot take. I like Fell Seal too, but I have to agree with Chris that I do like this one better. This dream is formed. Oh, dark spirits fly. I know not where. Sorry. She sometimes that text comes up there so fast I don't quite catch it. But everything does rhyme. So if I'm not rhyming, that probably means I missed something or misread something. Ooh, look at that creepy spider. Ah, the music, the graphics. No, wake up! Wake up! Nightmare, let me wake! Boo-hoo-hoo. Papa, where are you? My heart shall break. Will someone please explain how water falls with no rain? Who spoke? I did. Shake the dew from your eyes. Before mold grows, that's common sense. A firefly that speaks advice? My supper must have been too dense. Food sounds good, but I am lost. Ever heard of an aurora? Why, sir, she is me. Both sir and she, a split aura. Perhaps you are some kind of flora. Cease your foolishness at once. I am Aurora, I am she. Oh, why didn't you say so? Follow me. A lady waits, hair long as the forest stream, with skin like moths and gleaming eyes. A seer, she'll know the way out of this dream. The only real problem I had with the game is that it had too many spiders. Oh, right, the rhyming. Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's the whatever it's called, the metric is kind of off, or I'm just kind of not doing a great job reading it because I'm not always catching all the rhyming. Move right stick to move the little blue guy, who comes in very handy later on, from what I recall. A big, huge giant there walking in the back, shaking the screen. What is tied to these branches? Curious charms, little hands fastened tight. Don't you know? These are wishes. Wishes of light left in the darkest night. Follow the orange one to find more bright. Wishes taste delicious. Have a bite. Wait until I tell father about this night. I'll grab the pretty colors. And I think like on the Wii, was it? You could actually have a second player, I think, control the glowing blue sprite that's flying around there. Wishes get stitches. Oh great, I missed what she said because I was too busy reading chat. The thing doesn't even wait for my key, for me to hit a button. Trap, the door is barred. A scepter round, a translucent sphere. Clear as glass, the answer. Sir Firefly, ignite your rear. Whoa, I barely know you. Do it, and I'll show you. That doesn't. Her answer does not make that more comfortable. 3 scepters, a shadow cast. Oh. We have to match the symbols fast. Use the left trigger to make it glow. Oh, I see. I'm making. Not really great with the analog stick here. Oh, and now he's out of juice. I burned all of his juice. We have to wait for him. I know that we had it with touch controls, or Wii U rather. Yeah, and I think this will be a little bit easier, at least at these sections. Um, I don't think it's. Of course, I could probably use the mouse. The mouse might work a little bit better here. Yeah, yeah, dragging the mouse and clicking it definitely a little bit more accurate. Oops, sorry, I did that one. There we go. Sir Firefly, our path is clear, but who would put a door here? I'm going to do it in all capital letters. Never mind out of stock. What were you going to do, Tam? Chris. Is he USB mini or micro for recharging? Yeah. Ah, he might be USB-C. It's kind of the way things are going these nowadays. Oh, never mind. Out of stock, 20,000 points. Out of stock? Is that really on stock? Remove the sword down under. Who spoke? Some sort of ghost? The Lady of the Forest? I'm sure of this. Alright, let me just check. Aurora, take the sword of Methatus. Let me just check the points thing real quick. Seems to be a little bit of an issue with the points thing, and we can't have that now, can we? No, we can't. Now I'll just take just a moment to check. He came out of 2014. He can't be USB-C. Well, this is probably true. Probably true. Channel points, manager rewards. 20,000 point dealy. Let's see. Limit redemptions per stream 1. Limit redemption per user per stream. So that should work, but let me just say 1 per person, and maybe if you don't have a number in there, assume 0. So maybe now it'll pop up. Also, random joke is out of stock. Really? Huh. That's really odd. Random factor joke. Let's see what it says. It says 6 per stream, 5 redemptions per user per stream, with a 15-minute cooldown. So I am very confused as to why the random factor joke would be out. Max total redemptions for viewers. What if I just put 99 there? Limit redemptions per user per stream. 3. No, limit redemptions per stream. Yeah, this just started the stream and no one's redeemed anything yet, so I'm not sure why the limits are kicking in. Yeah, someone can mess with it later. Yeah, I don't know why that's a kind of a big problem. Stupid points thingy. Alright, let's see here. Let us hit the X button here. Maybe it just doesn't like you, Tam. It feels real. Look at it gleam. Run! That thing looks mean. Fortunately, I wield a sword in this dream. The timeline shows who will act next. Welcome to Yale tutorial battle. And I'm sure most of you recognize this as the battle system that I believe was christened in Grandia. The kind of an active turn battle system where you got that red zone right there, and if you get hit while you're in the red zone or a monster gets hit while they're in the red zone, their attack will be canceled or delayed. So, and that's where the strategy and the fun comes in. Everything is sold out. Well, that's just silly. I don't know why it's all sold out. There must be a setting somewhere I'm missing. I'll have to take a look at that later. Sorry about that. I was all excited about our new points program, too. Where is father? That is simple. I am his daughter. What is a father? That is simple. I am his daughter. Whoop. Surprise strikes. Yeah, I jumped behind him. I just did that just to be coy. Apparently that gets you an extra attack. So one of the kind of the cool things that makes this a little bit different than your basic Grandia is you can come over here with the uh, with the glowy thing and slow the monster down on the timeline and use that strategically on the timeline so you can go first and cancel his attack. So that's very good. Probably just Twitch still being weird. It might be, yeah. I know they've been having some massive issues, so maybe that's just a part of that. Level up. Got a healing tonic. Select new skills. Yay old skill tree. Don't leave home without it. We got defend, starlight attack, magic point upgrade. Got looks like defense. A defense tree with some magic. I kind of looking over these three different directions you can go from the middle. I'm not sure there's really a particular theme to each one. Light ray all. This will eventually get you to an attack that can hit everybody. That's a buff. Some magic defense. Well, that starlight hits everybody too. So, what's the difference there? Light ray all. Powerful light attack with a 10% chance of killing all dark creatures instantly. Light is strong against dark. Casting time is very long. And then you have this one, a flash of light targeting all dark creatures. Light is strong against the dark. Casting time is very long. Very similar spells if you're working through each tree. Slash all, powerful slash targeting all creatures. Cost 1. Oh, that's how many skill points, but this doesn't take any magic. So that could be kind of useful if you're fighting all dark creatures, kind of conditional there. Yeah, I'm not sure which direction. We'll just go and do Starlight just to have an offensive option there. Top of the evening to you, Mr. Laz of Ruiz. This is Child of Light. I am Phil, aka JCServant from RPGamer.com, and we are playing the very beautiful, very poetic Child of Light. And we have another monster. And so the strategy comes into play here because I will do a medium attack that takes medium cast type, and before I get to the end, that monster should start his attack. Mine should finish first unless his is really fast, and that means I should be able to interrupt him. The Grandia battle system. I should really add Grandia to the playlist. I love Grandia. I love the battle system. Now, if you like this battle system, I could definitely recommend. I'll recommend something here. I'll recommend it later. That's what I'll do. I will recommend it later. As we continue to work through here. See another one of those little guys. See if I can jump on his back half and get an attack from behind. I wasn't so lucky. Now, we've got two of these guys. And if I have her attack the first one, he might get his attack off before her if his is fast enough. So I'm going to use my little glowy thing to slow him down just to be on the safe side. And boom. She hits him. Of course, if she kills him, he doesn't get to attack, so don't really get to see the delay effect there. Boom. With Grandia, you didn't have really a way to slow down the enemies. You also didn't have a way to really know how fast or how slow their attacks were going to be until they got to the decision-making point. So I always felt like there was a good risk versus reward. It kind of gave the game a little bit of a feeling of poker. I just loved it. Got another magic potion there. Skill points available. Screw your skill points. I don't want to spend any skill points right now. Do that later. Hold left trigger to make him glow. Great for those dark areas. Uh-oh. I see that little guy down there. He's being ornery. Let's get him from behind. Because rogues and little girls do it from behind. All right. Stabbing him. Yes, you did. You could interrupt him. Yeah, you could definitely interrupt him. And that was the really cool thing about that whole battle system. I just loved it to tears. She's killing these guys in one hit, so it's whoops. Slow this guy down. Slow him down. Not gonna slow him down enough. Nope. If I could have got her turn first, I might have been able to defend against that. Not that I need to worry too much. Only 3 hit points of damage. Pretty lights. Pick them all up. Gotta collect. Gotta catch them all. It's like the childlike version of Mario's coins. Gotta get all of them. Imagine I need to push this box somewhere. It'd probably help if I could remember what the Xbox buttons are. I'm using an Xbox controller, and I can never remember what the buttons are. Oops. Get on the box. No, on the box. Over there. Oh, there's that damn spider. Look at that spider. He's up there. Spiders are disgusting. Disgusting creatures. Ooh, now there's 3 of them. They're multiplying. They're having little bug babies, so I can slow him down a bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough for her to be able to get him first. Yep. So by slowing him down, I was able to hit him before he got his attack off by using the Firefly slowdown thing. So I've been doing some offline grinding in Fell Seal, says Anna, and I started using a Beast Wrangler, which lets me tame monsters. I caught one of those floating jellies with a bunch of tentacles in it. It's called Cuddles. I don't know about a floating tentacle thing that you call Cuddles. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like there's something wrong with that. Oh, look, I can make the spider cover himself. Let's see. Jekyll Angel. Hey, welcome, Jekyll Angel. I don't know if I've ever said hi to you before. If this is your first time, welcome. If it's not your first time at RPGamer, welcome back. You say disgusting creatures. What's more disgusting, spiders or jaws? More arms for hugs. Tickles. Yeah, right. Oh, see, there's a treasure chest over there, but I don't think I can get to that with that jump. I think later on, got to come back here maybe? Unless there's like a little trick to that. Yeah, I really feel like I'm not making that jump. I mean, I know my platforming skills leave something to be desired, but that really does look beyond her capabilities at the moment. Chapter 2, The Queen of Light. Look, we've hit Chapter 2 and I haven't even taken a break yet. Help me, Aurora. That spider. It's just up there, being all kinds of creepy. Don't they know? Rocks planted in the ground will not grow. Caw! Caw! Caw? The bird caws. That looks like somebody we could talk to, maybe. But first, we're going to see how high up we can... I know there's a lady I could talk to, but I could jump up here and get these really pretty shiny things instead. Give me all those. Don't know why we need all those. Don't need a heal or mana. What's this do? Oculi acquired. Mount oculi on equipment to improve character stats. Mix oculi together to craft stronger oculi. Press the craft button to confirm combinations. Sorry, overly obscure Star Wars joke. In the original, C-3PO makes a comment about he doesn't like the Jawas and calls them disgusting creatures. Your spider remark reminded me of that line from the movies, lols. Ah, cool, cool. I saw Star Wars long time ago, so yeah, most of those references will unfortunately go over my head. Um, I am way behind on Star Wars. Oh, look, we can mix those three together and make a diamond. Yippee-ki-yay. Don't know what I'm going to do with a diamond, but sure, whatevers. Let's increase speed by 1. Adds lightning damage to melee attacks, add fire damage, and whatever. I want to add some fire damage to that. Earn an additional 5 XP. Earth resistance, fire resistance. Oh, I like XP. Who doesn't like XP? Right. One of the nice things about this game is you probably won't have to spend a whole lot of time in menus and shops and stuff like that. Should stay pretty well focused on the story and the action. So it makes for, I think, less painful Let's Plays. Not a whole, unless I get lost. And hopefully you guys can help me out with that. That's, I tend to get lost in platformers. Ambushed. Ambushed? Oops. That wasn't nice. I'll show you an ambush. I wonder if Starlight works against a ghost. Let's find out. Vulnerable to light. Well, she did enjoy that. I guess I should be slowing her down. Too late. Ouch. Let's slow her down just in case she gets another turn. I do see the little fire effect on my sword now, so that's nice. We are down some hit points and some magic points now, so we definitely want to collect all the little glowy things we can to help replenish some of that. Give me that good stuff. Alright. There's another ghost up there. Again, I don't think I can quite jump up there just yet. Maybe. Maybe. Ugh. This doesn't quite feel as tight as a Super Mario game. I swear I'm hitting that jump button right before she hits the ledge and it's just not working there. Yeah, I think we'll come back to that probably later. Ooh, dark. Ooh, look at that. There's a gargoyle there. Oh, kind of knew that was going to happen. I don't know why. He looked menacing. And I managed to jump over him and get a surprise strike on them from behind. So that worked out rather well. We know these guys can die one hit, so let's go ahead and get rid of this guy first and get ready to delay this guy. Vulnerable to fire. Oh, little bugs are vulnerable to fire. So I let her get ahead by delaying him with the magic sprite. And then I'll go ahead and slash him. Staying ahead of him, you can see it knocks him back on the timeline. It interrupted his action there. I'm not going to be able to do that again, though. So he is going to get a lick in on me. See if that'll knock him out. No, he's a tough bugger. He's a real tough. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this attack off on him first. I'm slowing him down. Yes, just barely hit the finish line before he did. Interrupting that attack as well. Unfortunately, he will get the next one off. Oh, he's gathering strength. Well, good for him. We're going to keep him slowed as much as possible in case he has enough health to survive, which he does not. Huh. Need to go hunt a game down. Well, what game are you going to go hunt down, bud? What game are you going to go hunt down? Let me know when you're back, Tam, after you go hunt your game down. Firefly Elixir. Open up the menu. Firefly Elixir. Of course, if you walked away, you wouldn't hear me say, let me know when you come back, would you? Firefly Elixir. Replenish Ignigolus's light meter. Oh, okay. Useful. The game that I ignored all outside contact for a weekend, Artanelico. So you you were playing the hell out of it, ignoring everybody, but now you can't find it? You lost it? Oh, there's one of those evil ghosts. Let's see if we can jump on her, try to get her from behind. Ah, some foes are vulnerable to magic. Why, yes, they are. Pumpkin here. Oh, she's gonna go first, and she's gonna interrupt my spell casting. Ah, see that's where the risk did not pay off, and now I'm hurting, and I haven't saved. I need to learn how to save. Uh, okay, we're definitely gonna get her this time. Oh, she's still alive. Hell. Hell. That is not good. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, collect wishes. Yes, please. Need that energy right now to heal. And Child of Light's on hardcore mode, and we haven't even gotten out of the beginning area. Not what I mean. I'm being vague for a reason. Okay. Well, if anyone's really bad at guessing and puzzles and things like that, we all know it's me, so I will allow your vagueness. Since the points thing aren't working, you guys are in luck. Tonight is free points day. Let's do this. Let's say that each of you can do one thing like that you could normally spend, you know, points on within like kind of reason. I can't do 3 surprises tonight. But I will do a 20,000 point surprise just for Tam because he was really excited about spending his points. Now he's not going to be able to spend them. I can do a surprise. How do we get that unlocked? Well, I tell you what, you have picked the wrong person, Sprite, for solving puzzles, so they better all be this easy. Oh, great. It's so easy, I still can't figure out how to get up there. It looks like I should go up there. Was there a place over here to jump that I should be pushing the brick to? It doesn't. Oh, well, that could get me back over here. Seems like once I push that brick down there, though, I might not be able to get back up. Yeah, I can wait. Yeah, when I get to a stopping point. Actually, let me just save. Let me just save the game. I'm not sure what happens when you die in this game, but it doesn't seem to be a save. It might be one of those games that saves automatically. Oh, great. Now I'm gonna die, and we're gonna find out the hard way and start all over from the beginning or something hardcore. I'm just gonna be pushing this brook here. Hard labor for such a young lass. Oh, really? Come on, you can do this. There we go. Ah, it's another one of them ghost chicks. Where's my mouse? Where's my little guy? Little guy, get over there. Do your thing. Slow down, ghost chick. Ooh, that was close. That insect almost went first. Oh, she's saving up the big one. All right, there's no way I'm going to be able to interrupt her, much less get that bug as well. So, what are those times where you would defend? And you know, one of the things I like about the Grandia games is there's actual strategic reasons to use the defend action. I love it. A lot of RPGs, it's just kind of like not something I would use very often. Because you waste a whole turn and you don't know if the monster's going to hit you or not. It just doesn't end up being a great use of turns in most games. And I mean, like you take like Dragon Quest, you don't know who the boss is gonna hit next. So did I not pick the attack? There we go. Oh, she hit the bug. I meant to hit the casting lady. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Yes, I'm trying to heal her. Trying to heal the little girl. Oh, good. I leveled up. Free healing. I guess I could have used an item. I probably have healing items. This might be a roguelike. Oh, wait. There was a plant down there. I guess I don't need it since I just healed. Oh. Oh, well, now we're in for it, aren't we? We're in for a puzzle. Oh, yes. And we all know how good I do with puzzles. How on earth do we travel up high? I wish you could fly. Aurora, illuminate the oculi. Let me try. Do, 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 do. So far, so good. We'll go on over here. And... oh, wait, I didn't read what she was saying because I was too busy worrying about the brick. Alright, get back over here and light that up for me, buddy. Take it back down here. We're just gonna push this. Pushing it right along. I think I should have some sort of purpose. I guess I'm supposed to move it down here so I can get over this hump. That would be my guess. So we'll come over here and we'll keep on. She's kind of strong there for what appears to be a 7-year-old girl. She's really putting her back into it. Alright, got a lever here. Woo. Get on board the express or get left behind. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, it's one of those pressure plate dealies. Gonna need another, like this brick over here. Wait, no, come back down. I need you back down. Wait, you're gonna come, oh, it's gonna come back down. Okay, it's on a timer of some sort. It's a cargo elevator. We're taking the trip on up. This right here is about the highest complexity I can handle. I can do that. I could do that puzzle room. Don't want to make it much more complicated than that. Alright. Oh, it's another of those darn gargoyles. Look at that. That gargoyle's waiting to jump out at me. Stupid gargoyle. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. Eyes, ambushed. Ambushed. I ambushed his butt. Cheaters. I really feel like I ambushed him there. We know those guys could take a lot of punishments. Let me try to get rid of this ghost first. And the first light spell I ever cast on one of those ghosts was able to take care of her one cast, but now it seems to be taking some other things as well. Delaying her so I can get that attack in before she does. This next guy's gonna hit. Gathering strength. Oh, we do have a healing spell. That could be useful. We're gonna see if we can lap him here by slowing him down. And one of the nice things is you can fly around with this guy here in between your turns, get some more juice, keep him pumping. Go ahead and interrupt his save strength attack there. Oh. Jeez, that was close. Yeah. Ooh, just like watching a horse race. It's like neck and neck there on the timeline to see who's going to win that first. All right. Let's pull it over here. There it is unbarred. It is unbarred. Aurora, be on your guard. How are y'all doing tonight? What's everyone playing? Anyone play anything new and exciting? We know Anna's playing Fell Seal. And if you haven't, check her videos out because she does do Let's Plays from time to time with that game on here. It's been fun kind of watching that. Beware, a spell has been cast. I am imprisoned behind the glass. Ah, this is where those at times where I think it's just best to grab the old mouse here and do it like this. So let's see here. It wants me to do something here. I am watching you, watching my friend Angel draw art. What cool. I was watching two streamers the other day. All right, apparently we're supposed to hit the little color things up here. Oh, that's kind of cute. Got rid of all the stained glass of that color. Huh. Blue. Well, this is interesting. The red one got rid of that, but the blue, maybe I have to like rotate this. Whoa, whoops. I have to rotate it around somehow, maybe. Jeez, it's a bit of a journey here if you fall down, I think. Wait, I can't go back over here because I have no brick to jump on. Have to change the wheel. Well, it'd be nice if I didn't slip down to the floor. Oh, or I could just go over to the right where there's a ramp. That takes me right back up again. Whee! Is there a next button? Oh, there's a wheel over there. So pretty, it just blends into the pretty background. Alright, and then where's my little buddy over here? We'll just use the mouse. It's easier with the mouse. I am nearly free. Be fast. and instead we just released Lucifer on the world. A tiny... Oh, goodness gracious. Seems real to me they want us dead. Oh, you think? You think, Buttercup? Starlight attack! Vulnerable to light interrupted. That should be vulnerably, or slowing down that one. Speed increase. Oh, this is gonna hurt. We're gonna defend here, because this is gonna hurt. Armored, 4 hit points of damage. Wings of Mercury, speed increase. Nothing can go wrong here. Can I kill this guy with any luck? One could hope. Oh, here it comes. Here comes the pain train. Decapitate. He's decapitating an 8-year-old girl. How is that okay? That's not okay. Yeah. Let me see if I need to get some more juice here. And let's attack him. Oh, he's gonna get off first. Oh, he just healed himself for a little bit. Oh, gathering strength. That's never a good sign. Really trying to just kill one of these guys off here. It's kind of like your general strategy. Kill off one of the dudes. So you only have to focus on one. Of course, Grandia games give you an incentive to sometimes juggle your attacks because you know, interrupt a guy who is about to kick your butt. Ooh, 12 points of damage and put her back. Oh, see, that is just wrong. Gather some wishes. Alright, that's my last set of wishes there. We're gonna have her heal, or slow him down, and see if we can't interrupt him. Jupiter Spear. Little girl's gonna keep hitting you with her big ass sword, buddy. Oh. Will she be able to stop him? Ooh, just barely there. I don't think there's any more wishes I can collect here. Should I use an item? Tonic. Unstoppable elixir. Oh, I like how it shows you. No, I don't. I don't like how it shows you tonics that you don't know. Oh, replenish the light meter. That could be useful. Such a hoarder, though. Potent magic potion. Covers 10% of hit points, 50% hit points. Ah, refreshing. Let her get ahead, let her get ahead, let her get ahead. Yeah, it's okay if he gets a hit in. We healed. And there we go. Level up. Found magic stardust. That's the best kind of stardust. Magic stardust. Lady, this is Aurora. Madame, snared I am in this. I am ready to wake up now. In this nightmare, I'm ready to wake up now. Child of vision, take my hand. I'm telling you, it's Lucifer. Don't touch her hand.
Once the sun shone upon a land of sequined valleys and peaks of white, and at night ruined castles glowed with alabaster light. From the stars in the crescent moon, a queen of light ruled this rambling place. Each night she walked the palace alone, her luminosity dawn's own face. Until one night there was no trace. The queen had vanished, and with her the light. Dark resided in its place. The usurper, Umbra, hid from sight. She sent her daughters in her stead. The sun, the stars, and the crescent moon, they pilfered from the sky, extinguished them with the monsoon. Then Umbra's dark creatures conquered the land. Our lives soon snuffed out by a wave of her hand.
Madame, thank you for the story. But now I wish to wake. So dull my speech, you fell asleep? What I speak of is real, not fake. All around us, all around us lies the land of Lemuria. I am afraid that this is not a dream, Aurora. The only way is a magic link, a mirror behind the throne. Stolen by Umbra, Queen of the Night, the sole path home. is to banish the night. Bring back the stars, the sun, the moon, the light. No! Unacceptable! My father waits! The firefly said you help me post haste. I have a name, you know. Do not despair, my dear. I created Igniculus to aid you. A bug the size of a pin? No good, I fear. Never shall I recover. The sun, the stars, and the moon. Do not despair, my dear, for the sun and moon seek the highest and the lowest room. First go back from whence you came, past the altar on which you woke this day. Through a tree the thorns sharp and tangled, seek help along the way. And what of the stars? How will I reach the skies? Why, child, the answer lies above you. Open your eyes. What an incredible surprise! Am I a fairy? I am in flight. Aurora, you are a child of light. Now listen carefully. Keep that charmed crown upon your brow. Never remove it, clear? One last thing before I go. If you should ever despair, my dear. Thank you. Exactly what does it do? Sorry, child, I cannot hear you. Goodbye. Wait, but I must know my father. Is he all right? I am surrounded by endless night. Woo, press A to fly. I can fly. You feel like you should sing the Peter Pan song. I can fly, I can fly, I can fly.
And so
Do 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 do.
the twilight forest far from home, starlight only to guide her, except for a firefly alone. Anxious for the comforts, a family who could not trace her, searching for the sun and moon, a father to embrace her. And somewhere in the night, perched upon a throne in the dark, waited Umbra, the usurper, to snuff out Aurora's spark.
Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So yeah, we can fly now. I have this game. Oh, bleep bleep. Why are you why is it bad that you have this game? Magic potion times 2. Patent healing tonic. Yeah, why are you unhappy that you have this game? So, let's take just let us take just a tiny break. And hey, we got a oh, it's a platform I have it for. I shamefully purchased the PC version as opposed to the PSN version. And what's wrong with the PC version? That's what I'm playing. Seems to work just fine. It's real pretty. While you're writing that, today's show is brought to you by Puzzles and Dragon Z plus Puzzle Dragon Super Mario Brothers Edition for your Nintendo 3DS system. So this is a really fun little game that you match up the different. It's like a jewel quest type of thing, but you use your pen to draw and connect different colors together and charge up your monsters that are in your team so they can attack the monsters that are in front of you. And it starts off kind of simple, and then it gets very hectic and chaotic as you get to tougher and tougher monsters. And you have to draw these lines pretty quick, so there's a little bit of an element to it. And it's perfect for the stylus. That's a game that I'll play with the stylus and draw on the bottom screen. There's Puzzles and Dragons Z is a game you can play on your cell phone. And it's one of those free-to-play grindy games, which always turn me off because they always they slow those games down a crap ton to get you to pay. But here you're getting none of those microtransactions, in there. You just buy the game once if you can find it. I haven't even looked up to see what the prices are nowadays, but I bought this for a song, and I really enjoy it. And it's a fun one to kind of go back to. So I could definitely recommend this if you like puzzle games, if you like Puzzle Quest, if you like Super Mario. Is since you got two games in one, and one of them's the Puzzles and Dragons Z feels kind of like generic heroes to me, but you do have a version with the Mario characters in it, and it's really kind of cute. So I could definitely recommend that for your 3DS system. And personally, I more often than not use the 2DS XL, which is really light and easy to carry around and stuff. So I like that one. But that's our shameless plug for the day. I am a console master race loyalist, and you're watching a PC master. No, I like my consoles too. And in fact, you kind of reminded me of a little something. Speaking of, on the Nintendo Switch, Monster Hunter Rise is slated to come out March 26th. If you like Monster Hunter games, come join us over our Discord channel. Let me put that information up on the screen. Well, it's usually up here on the bottom. But join us on our Discord channel. We have a channel just set up for Monster Hunter Chit Chat. I played Monster Hunter Generations this morning with friends. Love to have you come and join us sometime. And we're all kind of getting ready for Monster Hunter, Rise. And I played that on the Switch. I've heard rumors that we're gonna have a PC version. And I don't know if I'll double dip because it'd be kind of cool to be able to stream that. I don't really have a Switch hookup for streaming Switch on here. Not sure how much effort would be required to do that with the space that I have and stuff. I got plenty of other things to stream anyways, but I think I'm just gonna stick with the Switch version on that. So, what is the name of that musical instrument in the background? Harp? That is correct. That's a harp back here. That's my wife's harp. That was her beginning harp. Right. That's the smaller one. And it doesn't have any pedals. It has levers, levers at the top that are used to change the notes flat and sharp. Whereas a more expensive harp would have pedals at the bottom, kind of almost like well, no, pianos don't have, they have sharp keys, but I'll think of something. Well, pianos have pedals. I think they're for different reasons. But anyways, a regular harp would have pedals at the bottom where you would change all the major notes into sharps and flats using those pedals, which is super fun when you're doing that in the middle of a song. But this one has levers, so little tiny levers at the top that you have to change, and you can see the strings are kind of tied there if the camera is really good, which I don't. Looking at the screen, I don't think it's quite that good. I don't think you can quite make out the strings at the top there. So yeah, organ. No, it's not an organ. No, it's not, Tam. Gosh, or whatnot. So yeah. Hmm. Okay. So Tam, since you're there, I promise you a 20,000 point special surprise, right? Something that's completely off the rails here. And so let me go grab that real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Just 1 minute. And then I realized the intermission card hasn't been changed. 1 second. Okay. Told you just 1 second here. All right. So behind me is a case, a display case. You can kind of see it behind my head here and stuff. Um, and organ now. No, organ is another instrument with the pedals. Oh yeah. Anywho, uh, it's really hard to make out the detail of my camera of what exactly is in that case, but there's a lot of game figures. I got a Lightning in there. I got Horizon Zero Dawn Aloy and all those. But one thing I'll show off here is just a little surprise here. We'll take a moment to talk about this red dragon right here. Uh, Not something you see a whole lot. I'm not sure where you'd find these nowadays, but I bought this at Disney where I used to work, and I actually bought three of these. You see, many moons ago, I lived in Florida before my company relocated me. And when I was leaving Florida, without a whole lot of notice, I was leaving behind years of friendships and things like that, and gamer friends. So there was these two friends in particular who I was close with. So I bought a trio of these dragons. Each one's different from a shop in Epcot, and um, it's a red dragon. It's a clear dragon with wings, and and I gave them one each. So each one of us would have one of these dragons, and and so this is now 15, 16, how many years I've moved out of that state, years old. But it reminds me of my gaming friendship with my buds and my pals. So he kind of stays back there, and I keep him in the case because, as you can see, the cat now who's trying to hog some of the glory. I'm always concerned that the cat will knock these over. It says very fragile. So we try to keep this away from where the cat loves to knock things over. Cat has no problem pulling a Scooby Doo and just running across my desk and knocking everything off. So keeping it on my desk is not a safe option for its longevity. So there we go. Red Dragon story there. Something a little outside the ordinary and whatnot. So hope you like that. Oh, and speaking of course, it wouldn't be a complete Let's Play without our co-host Tiger making an appearance. Dun 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 dun. Usually I get to spend points to show me cat, but we're just gonna throw this in for free today. Kitty, that's right. This show is brought to you by Tiger, the world's most photogenic cat. As you can tell, he loves being on camera and is really enjoying this right now. Just take a look and say hi to the people there. Hello, hello, internet. How are y'all doing? So, yeah, he has no problem interrupting me, but then when it's his time to shine, then he's gonna be coy and hard to get. So there you go. Everybody say hi to Tiger. Now down. Okay. All right. But yeah, so there we go. There's some things out of the ordinary. You never know what you're gonna get for 20,000 points. Um, just something to spend your points on, I suppose. And you can ask questions and stuff. So pets make everything worth it. They do. They absolutely do. All right, we should probably get back to the game, right? Trying to see where the button is at over in OBS here. Yes, our Discord information is right there at the bottom. Twitter handle. Look us up at Twitter at RPGamer and Discord. Discord. We have rpgamer.com/Discord if you want to join in on the conversation. We are there talking all week long. And I highly encourage you to follow us here on Twitter. I have friends who ask me all the time, like, "Hey, what time do you stream?" And I'm like, "Well, here's my schedule, but follow us on, on Twitch, and install the app, and it'll actually pop up on your phone and tell you in case I do a random stream, come out of nowhere, start early, start late, and all that other jazz." Thank you, Tam. So there you go. Let us continue here. Let me just check to see if I have any messages first from you guys and any other. Speaking of Discord, sometimes I get Discord messages and I don't do a great job of checking those in real time, so I apologize. I've had a couple things come through that. Yes, we now have a variety of streamers that will stream a variety of days. And in fact, oh, that's a good point, Tam. And I've got that queued up. I got a lot of things. I got so many things queued up. It's not even funny. We have boom. Look at that. The magic of OBS. We have the Twitch schedule for season one. And mind you, these are just the schedule shows. On Monday, you get Lofter, and during the early afternoon, this is all Eastern Standard Time. At 9 p.m., you get the RP Gamer experience followed by me playing, or you just get a night of me playing. Just depends on whether or not there's a show scheduled that day, because it's every other week. Tuesday, we have Her Frog chilling with RPGs. Wednesday, more Lofter with Q&A quests late at night. Usually Wheels is usually playing some Monster Hunter or some Dark Souls while he's doing the podcast. Thursday, you have me back that night for more Let's Play. Friday, Scar is doing retro RPGs. Saturday, you've got RPG Cast right at lunchtime for you people on the East Coast, breakfast time for you guys on the West Coast. And then, of course, you got me like you have me here right now. And then on Sundays, you have Stardew Valley, the co op experience there with Scar. You can even become part of that. Reach out to him, join our Discord to find out some more information. And then Herfrog chilled. I think we got an extra D on there, but chilling with RPGs at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this is just the scheduled stuff. We have surprise streams that happen all the time. Anna was on here playing some Fell Seal. Tam was up here late last night. We were all hanging out while he was playing. He was playing. Oh, great. Now I'm drawing a blank. He was playing games. He was playing, I'm sure it was a role-playing game. And then I will sometimes show up here with the random wheel of Rogue. That is totally a thing. You never know when the random wheel of Rogue is going to just come out and grab you. So there you go. That is what we're doing. So, back over here to Child of Light. Now that all the commercials and service, now back to your regularly scheduled program already in progress. As we do some more child, now that we have the power of flight. Ooh, what's this? Firefly elixir. Oh my, this is what it feels like to fly onward, up high. Chapter 3, Into the West. Well, I should say our route is clear. If we have to the left fly, the tree of thorns will surely appear. Sir Firefly, to the sky! What do I do? What do I do? Excuse me. Little lady, have you seen bright balloons nearby? Any unicorns balancing on balls? Or striped tents raised to the stars? Don't you mean sky? I am afraid not. Fiddlesticks left here to fester. Pardon me, madame, but are you a jester? Take a glance at this note. Perhaps you mean letter. It's the jester that doesn't rhyme very well. Are you jester? Perhaps you mean letter, maybe? What are these scribbly marks I spy? Why, it's Latin, Sir Firefly. Dearest Sister Rubella, night has fallen on our land. In these dark times one must take a stand, not to hide up in the clouds curried, but to juggle the weight of the world. At death's gate to slip and fall, and triumphantly dance around it all. In short, to laugh or not to laugh, that is the question. The answer is clear. I will follow my dream's intention, and join the traveling circus in the plains before its ascension. Sister, I hope you will not remain listless. Your brother, Tristus. Tristus has split our act in two, taken me through the ringer, left Rubella behind. Me, Lemuria's wittiest vocalist instead of singer. Doesn't she mean singer? Regardless, we have much to do, and we should not linger. Little lady, can I join you? My bags are already packed. I've got to find my brother and save our double routine. Act. It's act. Know the way is likely dangerous with creatures strange to us. I am a trained acrobat. Do not worry, I can handle this. That. He wants him to rhyme. That's hilarious. And the clown is the jester is refusing to rhyme. That is funny as hell. Oh, I actually didn't even notice that guard. Oh my gosh, it's a spider. Why is it always a spider? Oh, I don't like spiders. Tumble is short. Defend. Heal. Oh, nobody likes spiders. Nobody likes you, spiders. Oh, I could have swore I cast that on the ghost. Let's see. The gargoyle is going to go next. I can probably interrupt him with a quick tumble. And let's see if we can get the starlight on the ghost chick this time. Ah, that spider's fast! Crud! Interrupted her spell. Defend prevents being interrupted. Yeah, you don't say? But I am going to get the spell off this time. There you go. Enjoy your trip to the afterlife again. Ouch! He hits hard. And tough little fight there. What a crackerjack adventure! If I wasn't circus bound, with a bright career in my future, perhaps I'd stick close. Stick around? Sorry, chum, but I can't. I have an audience to bewitch. I am sure you meant enchant. Well, it sounded like the jester was leaving. Maybe not. Yeah, a little glowing thing doesn't give you a crap ton of healing there. Mind you, I've not really seen a save button. So, you know, there's that. Little fact. That'd be really sad if like we die and start all the way over from the beginning. So, who was it? Was it Jackal? Was it Jackal? No, it was Moncappy. Moncappy, since you're a console loyalist, have you rushed out and managed to secure yourself a copy of a PlayStation 5? Were you able to do that? I had a friend who was telling me his long journey. Speaking of Master Race and stuff, it seems like PlayStation 5 and computers are suffering the same issue right now with supply issues, because he had to go through hell and high water to get a graphics card because these bots keep scooping him up. Permanently increases magic points by 3. Well, definitely something I want for her. Permanently increases magic by 3. A gift from the forest lady. Okay. Oh. Again, didn't see that. Oh, poo. There's a lot of things attacking. Let's just defend here. Now, he's got the fast attack, so he could interrupt somebody. Sadly, the material continuum is currently very low in my area, and I lack the funds for PS5. Physical media model, not anti-consumer model. Right? It is, you know, buying games that are tied to a console, like software from a PSN store has been something I've slowly... I think I've embraced more with the Switch than anything else, and that's partly due to its limited those tiny cartridges. Most of the RPGs and stuff I get on cartridges, I'll find the physical version of. But um, but there's definitely a lot of games like the Monster Hunter games. I go ahead and get that electronic and from the store. And then there's been a couple of games that I just couldn't get hard copies of anyways for whatever reason. They were in short supply or whatnot. I ended up buying from the store. And can you cast a starlight on one of these guys, please? Pretty please? I'm sorry you haven't been able to grab a PS5 yet. Or is that even something you're interested in? I mean, just because you're a console master race doesn't necessarily mean that you're a PlayStation person. You could be an Xbox or just focused on the Switch. I'm not anti-digital. I am pro-consumer, and to me, access to physical media is essential. I'm not anti-digital. I'm pro-consumer, and to me, access physical media is essential. Hmm. Why? Why? Microsoft has lost me a consumer with their focus on turning games into a service that has utterly turned me off to. Oh my gosh, they've done it with Windows. It drives me bananas. So we interrupt this guy and juggle him. Devastation. Simply put, if you buy the digital-only models, you are locked into PSN. There's no other avenues for you to get your games ever. Well, I mean, that's kind of the way. That's kind of the way it is with any digital purchase, right? If you buy like a game on a 3DS in the store, it's locked on a 3DS, really. And Nintendo's even more fun because it locks it to that particular console. PSN will let me download it on any same PlayStation model unless it's cross-buy. Then you can download it on other models. But ultimately, it won't work on a PlayStation 6 or 7. That's where, for me personally, that's one of the boons of being a PC Master Race person is backwards compatibility. For the most part, most of my old games will work in Windows 10. Partly because Steam and GOG keep them up to date and make them work. Other part because of the community. But everything just, works. I don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, it's Windows 11 and things won't, 99.5% of my games won't work in Windows 11. Ooh. Let's see here. All right, so we were here before. With access to physical media, you have Best Buy, Amazon, GameStop, a number of other mom and pop shops competing for your dollar. Yeah, true, but I mean, usually the strong point of capitalism is when you have people selling similar goods or same goods, like grocery stores, right? Grocery stores will offer you different prices than apples. Um, but in order to kind of get you in the door, right? And the competing grocery stores keeps the grocery store prices low. But with video games, aren't those prices for the most part set by the manufacturers? I mean, that's why all the brand new AAA titles are 60 or 70 bucks, right? So there isn't a whole lot there. So the only point of difference between a GameStop and a Best Buy, the only reason I would choose one over the other is really maybe customer service, maybe? Which ain't really what it used to be no matter where I go. GameStop, Best Buy are not really known for their customer service. Amazon's Amazon. Like, I'm not sure that really plays. The mom and pop stores of the past are definitely gone no matter what. They've just been eaten up more because of Amazon, I think, than digital sales. And now COVID has really been a death blow to a lot of businesses, which is unfortunate. My business is suffering. surprised I still have a job. Yeah, clearance sales. I mean, yeah, you get the clearance sales, but I've been around since the '80s, and I used to go shopping in the bins for those sales. Uh, and that's pretty much what you get with this on the PC. You get the big Steam sales where it's just massive. Those sales are massive. And PSN at first, and if you talked to me like 5, 10 years ago, I would tell you how critical I was of, let's say, the PlayStation Network, of not having good sales that could compete with Steam. And nowadays, though I think they've done a much better job of that. But granted, I don't keep a close eye on the PlayStation sales like I used to, because I'm mostly on here. But when I checked a few years ago, I was really impressed with the fact that they seem to be doing a better job. I wouldn't say they were still up to Steam, but they definitely seem to be, more competitive with their digital sales to try to get those dollars from people who wouldn't pay the full price for the games when they first came out. Um, physical media often needs to be cleared out to make room for more merchandise, which drives sales. There's also the secondary market, which is not optional for digital. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, there's always, I remember back in the day, you used to take your games to, one of those mom and pop stores. I had this one store with Super Nintendo. He would give me whatever used Super Nintendo game, like Donkey Kong Country. Let's say it was used for $30. He would give me $22 of credit for a copy of Donkey Kong Country that I could use to anything else. He would just take $8 off the used price. Um, he unfortunately couldn't stay in business with that model. There just wasn't a profit margin there, really, and he went out of business. But it was fun while it lasted. It was really fun. Um, for me, as I've gotten older and my time is more limited, going through the process. I mean, I've sold games on eBay before. I've done it all, but for me, um, it's generally not worth the effort. I like to think I give them to some friends when I'm done playing with them, but I don't have a lot of friends that are close. I've done that before. I do have a couple of friends that occasionally give games to. My physical copies of PS4 games. Of course, you can't really do that with PC. But I will say, like, for me, for the PC and stuff, I gave away a lot of games on our New Year's Eve stream that we did a couple of days ago because I was able to get those things so darn cheap digitally from Fanatical and GOG. So there on the PC anyways. Steam keys are sold through third parties who give different discounts in Steam, and you can kind of those keys are a little bit more transferable. Of course, once they're redeemed, you can't like give them away afterwards. But they are so cheap that it's not, it's been pretty affordable. Let's see. Switch has been having really lucrative digital sales over the holidays in general, says Pause. I have so many new games. Yeah, right? Oh, I have a few too. Moncabby says the other thing that is that sometimes patches for digital games take things away you might want down the line. For instance, the physical edition of The Last Guardian has an unlocked frame rate, which means in backwards compatibility mode on the PS5, it runs at 60 frames per second. The digital version removed that mode, and it has yet to be restored. I mean, that's interesting, but obviously I think that's a very rare I don't know too many times where I'm like, oh, I really wish I could go back and play the older version of a game, the unpatched version of a game. Not saying there isn't some examples out there, but and I could probably think of a couple if I put my mind to it, but it's not too often. Generally speaking, I like my games to be patched because usually they're squashing bugs and stuff that I don't want to ruin my experience. And in fact, that's why, that's one of the many reasons I won't be playing Cyberpunk for quite a number of years. Oh, there's a damn spider. We're gonna kill that thing. We hate spiders. All spiders must die. Yeah, so my point is, in general, having access to physical media gives you options. Yeah, and I mean, to each their own. I think you have the convenience of the digital, for me anyways, on a Switch. The digital, the fact, like when I took a trip to my mom's house, I didn't have to carry around a bunch of tiny cartridges. I have lost those darn cartridges in the airport before because they make you open everything up, and I was stupid enough and kept them in the carry case because I have a carry case that carries the games and the Switch, and I've had the game slip out. And then there was a time I had a 3DS, I had little cartridges, and I emptied my pockets and put it into that little tray, and I had a cartridge in there. And when I got on the other side, I didn't realize till I got home, I didn't have it. It was my Dragon Quest game, Dragon Quest 8, 6, 4, 4, 4. And that would be the third time I've lost that freaking game. And I was so frustrated, not necessarily for the purchase price of having to replace it, but because I didn't want to start it over again. Thankfully, I called the airport, and thankfully, they had it and they sent it to me. So, big shout out to that airport crew in Long Beach, California. That was so nice. Such a lifesaver. Um, and the such. Whereas with the digital versions of the games, so the convenience of the digital versions to just kind of like a counterpoint is I can take it anywhere. It's already on my device. I can re-download it whenever I want. And if I lose my device, if it's a portable device or if my PlayStation cartridge, whatever the deal is, well, of course you can do the physical media, except I've actually had physical media get stuck in a dead PlayStation before. I've actually had that happen before. My PlayStation died, can't get the disc out because it's one of those. It was the old PlayStation Fat, and I don't want to take it apart to get. I have no clue where to even begin taking it apart to get the disc back out. But with the portable systems, it's more about losing the damn, part of my French there, the darn little cartridges. But with that being said, I will tell you, I've got more games on the Switch physical than I do digital. So I'm just saying, depending on the game, I'll go either way. So I can see your point too. I can totally see it. I prefer to have it digital myself. One of the reasons on the Switch, one of the reasons for physical media on the Switch is just to save space from my memory stick. And I recently bought a really big upgraded memory stick. So she's got more space to work with. We're arguing for buggy whips. Nah. Final Fantasy. I own a bunch of systems. Yes, I did. All the space. No, I bought a big stick for Anna. Really? I thought she told me she got it. She didn't tell. I don't think she told me you got it, Chris. I think she told me she got it. Or that's what she was saying on Discord. I don't know. We'd have to go and pull the footage there. Yes, he did. All the space. I mean, I got it. I didn't say no, I bought it. Yeah, okay. Ooh, treasure chest up there to kill another spider. It's really just all about killing spiders at this point. Who's the one to lead this guy here? Vulnerable to fire. She goes to me and says, I need more space. And I'm like, you have 128 gigabytes. Just clean the fridge. That's true. You can just delete the games you're not currently playing, re-download them later. But she's like, but Chris. So I got it. I said, you hubby, my fridge is full, sad pause. And that actually sounds like something Shirley would do to me if her Switch got full too. So, for all I know, she's watching this. I should have had him defend. And these guys are definitely hitting harder. I don't know if she's going to get to him in time. Nope. Oh, good. It's just a buff. Gosh, he just doesn't want to die in the back. The Switch has woefully inadequate internal storage. Absolutely. SD card in your heart. I want to insist I don't keep that much stuff around. It's Fire Emblem 3 Houses screwing me over. How big is that install? Do you know? I'm kind of curious now how big that one is. I mean, on one hand, I know it's a big game. On the other hand, I don't think the textures look all that fabulous. It doesn't seem like graphically it's the biggest thing in the box. Huge, 12 or 13 gigs. You know, speaking of huge, I was going to get Horizon Zero Dawn on the PC. I already got, you know, Anna, you know how much I love it on the PlayStation. I was going to get it on the PC just so I could do a Let's Play and show everyone how cool it was. And then I saw the install size. It's something like 70 or 80 gigs. And I'm like, holy crap. I got like a terabyte hard drive. That's 10% for one game. Yeah, for a Switch game, 12 or 13 gigs it is massive. No, you're right. Like, I definitely check out the game size whenever I buy a game off the eShop. And I feel like anything over a gig or two is like, ooh, do I really need it? Do I really? Ooh, 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 he's really fast. Get him, Joker. Jester barely pulled that one off. Well, going back, Moncappy, what is, um, yeah, the next generation successor needs respectable storage. Absolutely. I mean, they were talking about I know in the PlayStation 5, the big selling point is, it's supposed to be a better solid state drive um, that can really, whatchamacallit, load really, really, really quickly. Of course, then I saw side-by-side comparisons, and the Xbox somehow does that better. But, I mean, I like fast load times as much as the next person. That's why I got solid state drive on my computer. But I'm with you. Like, what does that matter if it's not a lot of space? Because I'm also kind of on Team Anna here, where I just don't like constantly deleting and bringing up. So I try to keep them all if I can. Now, that's not realistic. I got over trying to keep all my Steam games on a computer a long time ago. Um, but yeah, I wonder. They both went for the fast storage thing, which would be cool once the games do it well. Yeah, I mean, I was watching some videos of some of the loading time on the Xbox One was really kind of beating out the PlayStation in terms of just how fast it went. But yeah, once games even optimize that to take care of that even better, I'm sure it's going to be super cool-y. Boy, he doesn't heal her up very fast, does he? It's like one hit point at a time. That's like watching paint dry. I think it's faster just to have her cast a healing spell. I'm assuming I can cast a healing spell. Maybe I can't cast a healing spell. Does this even let me? I'm just saying, does this even save the game? I'm just gonna. All unsaved progress will be lost. So when does this save? Has there been a save, like a little save icon that I'm missing out on? Is that a thing? Is there like a save fountain I'm supposed to hit up? We've been playing for a long time. I really need to answer the save question. I'm gonna have to Google that up because I must have missed the prompt that says save your game by talking to the statue or going to the inn or touching your crown or whatever. Oh hey, there's a chest. Um, let's see what Chris says here. He says it'll come to PC too. The promise is to do things beyond just getting rid of loading screens, but we'll see. Cappy says, I think Rift's Apart will be the first game to really show off the capabilities of that solid state drive. And Chris says, yeah, Rift is going for it, I think. But I'm going to be cynical and say there will be hitches. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to Google up really quick how Child of Light saves the game before I die. Child of Light save. Let's see. When saving your progress. Upon exiting a game, you'll see a pop-up letting you know that if you quit, all unsaved progress will be lost. Do not worry. The game auto-saves regularly while you're on adventure. You know this happens because there's a little tiny icon in the bottom right corner. Oh, that little gray thing. Okay. All right. It's one of those auto-saving games. Not the biggest fan of auto-save. I'm old school. I like to manually save my games, but I'll get over it. And we'll just slowly heal her up because apparently I don't see a way to heal her up in the... There has to be a way to heal her up in the party menu. That's pretty funny how the water pushes her back down to earth. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Speaking of Anna and Chris, they not only run the site, they also do a really fabulous podcast just about every Saturday, starting at noon Eastern Standard Time, and the RPG Cast, where you can keep up with all the current going-ons in the world of RPGs. They go through stuff that's on the site, and they talk about what they're playing, which I always love to listen to. I always love hearing what other people are playing. So if you're playing anything fun and interesting, you want to talk about it in the chat, I will be happy to read this on the air. And this is all going over to YouTube, so it'll be saved for all time. Which may or may not be a good thing. Oh, he's dead. Claw. Claws aren't nice. Ooh, let's kill the top one. Little treasure chest. There is a treasure chest by a wolf towards the beginning, and I don't know if I already passed the beginning or not. Childlike, not just a cute RPG, but also a lot of exploration involved here. Does anybody recognize if this is a beginning area or not? It kind of looks a little familiar. Wait, what's that over there? All right, that's a brick that we used to jump up, so I think we need to keep going to the left. We're gonna keep going to the left. Moncappy, are you playing anything fun, new, and exciting lately you want to share with us? Chit chat about? Tell if it's good or bad or awesome, or love to hear from you. Oh, that's interesting. You can go into this cave here by pressing a button. Let's go in here and see what's in here. Ooh. Ah. Doesn't look like much of anything at the moment. It's probably gonna be another one of those things we have to remember. Oh, that's there. Oh, well, now here's the puzzle towards the beginning for matching up the lights. There's one of those wolves. So I'm thinking we're really close now. Is it here? Ooh, ghost lady. Let's do this. Oh, she's got a full entourage of monsters. Lovely. Boy, having her cast is definitely a gamble. So we'll have her defend. And now we can cast a spell. We'll attack him. Oh, nice. 35 points. One shot. Let's take a look at what we can do here. Falls apart. I love the animation. Animation's really well done here. Just keep him on permanent slowdown. No, he's not going to beat the Jester's going to get interrupted. Dead spider. The only kind of good spider is a dead spider. What did I get? Defense Stardust. Alright. Oh, another one of these little cave dealies. What's this? X? Healing tonic. I love how the game definitely rewards you for exploration. That's really cool. Oh, there's another one. Now, how does that wolf? Now, we were up in the air. How does that wolf? How is that even a thing? Inquiring minds want to know how in the hell that's possible. Skill, right? It's flying freaking wolves. Ah, so many things are all up in the queue before her because of her slow spell. Or slow debuff. Ouch! 19 points! That's not even close to being fair. Yes, please die. Don't like being outnumbered 3-2. Yeah, you just hold this little light on here. One day he'll actually heal all the way up. Alright. I'll see if we can get rid of one of these guys here. And can we slash the wolf? Can we do that? Can we interrupt him? Can. And we'll interrupt him and collect some more. Oh, we out of wishes to collect? No more wishes to collect. No more wishes. And that's when the tears start, when the wishes run out. So one of the nice things about... No, I wasn't going to say it. No, won't do it. Hold on to that thought. See if we can kill off a wolf here. Just die already. He just doesn't want to die. Oh my gosh, he is a beast. I mean he's a beast, but he's a beast. Boy, you just think you're fighting some random encounter. Ooh, hell no. No, 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 no. Oh, 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 that hurt. Vulnerable to fire. Destroyed. Alright. Let's keep flying around here. Oh yeah, we saw this treasure chest. That's what I was up here to get, was this treasure chest. A rough Ruby. Ruby. A rough Ruby. Tam, what are you doing tonight? You doing anything fun tonight, bud? Aside from watching me get all hyper active on these fights here and in the game. They are having some banter. I'm having to try to read that banter. Waiting for D&D to start up. Yeah, I've kind of put my group on hiatus for a while. Like, probably for a year or 2 or 3. I've been doing D&D nonstop for like the last 10-ish years. Of course, I've been playing for decades. So I think it's a little bit of a time for a break. I want to spend a little time playing with friends and some multiplayer games. A lot of people, I have a hard time. Also, everything keeps coming up that keeps everyone really busy in life. Kids and what have you. So that's kind of taking away from some of the cohesiveness. Anna, you and Chris ever play any pen and paper D&D? Are you into that? Now you're not going to get away with that, Mr. Spider. You shall die. Yeah, though it was risk for me since D&D was evil. Yeah, it was definitely. My mom was very much concerned that I was going to start um, performing exorcist or whatever it's called. Start summoning demons from after killing my cat. I mean, she had watched that 60-minute special, man. She was bought in hook, line, and sinker. You played numerous ones with us, Anna. See, the only thing I don't like about some of these systems, and I think I'm trying to remember if Grandia addresses this or not, but like here, this spider's clearly going to get his attack off, right? And if I have her attack, this spider may interrupt her. The question is the spider going to attack her or him, right? So I could have her defend and wasted a defense, or I could have her attack and then she can get interrupted. But some games, they will show you what the enemy's intending to attack, so you can make a better decision there. Eh. Nope, he went after Jester in the back. Boy, these guys, they take a licking and they keep on ticking. Holy cow. They just don't die. Gosh, I'm getting my butt handed to me on this fight. Yes, die, stay dead, for the love of Pete. Okay. Party. Okay. Yeah, you think there is a way to heal your party members? Inventory. Oh, you get a map later on. That will be useful. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be a way to heal with your skills outside of combat. It's an interesting design decision. Skills, party, inventory, but I can use a tonic. Don't want to go in with my Jester at 10% hit points into the next fight. Do Chris, are y'all engaged in pen and paper campaign currently? Aha, there's the one I was looking for. Yeah, you will die now. Oh, you know why these fights are so darn hard. I need to take a moment to actually use some of their skill points. That would probably help immensely. I have a group, but I skip out usually. Yeah, it just, I think lately it's been tough on most people to keep a commitment with a regularly that is the downside of D&D when you're dealing with silly things like being an adult. Um, it's tough. The nice thing about computer and console, RPGs is you can load that guy up whenever you get around to it, or WoW, you can just log in. Of course, there are the raids and stuff that have to be scheduled, but I've never been that hardcore. What about you, Chris? You do any that hardcore guilding stuff where you have to be on schedule for the heroics and whatnot? Is that something you do? Another one bites the dust. No, in big capital letters. So, what do you like to do for the most part? Heroics don't need to be scheduled. Oh, that's true. Maybe I'm thinking like those big in-game raids and stuff. And I've got a friend who's into it hardcore, and that's all he talks about. Is he has to keep up with the guild, and they have scheduled stuff they have to do, and there's requirements and all this other jazz. It honestly makes showing up once a week to D&D to be much easier to manage. Yeah, I meant raids. Yeah, big old. Tam's like, I know. I just like being hard on him. He's all the time yanking my chain. It's totally fair. You have a healing spell. We'll wait till we kill one of these guys and then we'll start to heal. I'm gonna try to make sure I heal before I leave a fight, since I can't heal outside of battle. Try not to leave too many fights with 10% hit points. I used to, then I took an arrow to the knee, aka a job that works nights, right? So Chris, for you then, what's your draw in World of Warcraft? What's your bread and jam right now? Do you play one character and you're working a lot through Torghast or some of the other in-game stuff? Do you like to be an alcoholic? You're obviously not doing the big huge raids, but do you do tough heroics? What's your jam there? And Tam, you play a lot too. What do you like to do? Making the numbers go higher, right? Well, Torghast is definitely good for that, from what I understand. Rough Ruby. And yeah, Torghast is fun. I've heard a lot of good things. I really need to put more time into it. Stop playing silly things like Dragon Age Origins. I have been enjoying some of the decisions and stuff you gotta do in Dragon Age Origins. I'm probably really done with this expansion until the next... I'm probably nearly done with this expansion until the next patch, says Chris. I really can't get myself into the whole thing. I'm trying, though. Now, Tam says, I've been enjoying Torghast, collecting transmogs, mounts, pets, and gearing. And I think, isn't it Kelly who's really a big alcoholic too? She could probably talk you into it, Chris. Maybe she already has been trying. Oh, somebody remind me to actually level up these guys and spend their skill points, because that probably isn't helping out my prospects here. Let's see here. Yeah, they've lagged releasing the Wings of Castle Nuthria, and I'm just upset about that. Is that supposed to... I take it that was supposed to be out earlier then. tell how much I keep up with the exact details. Alright, so I'm using this is D&D time. If you need me, tag me in Discord. Fair enough. Hope you have fun in your D&D game. Ooh, she's down to 11 hit points. But if I hold this glowy life over her long enough, she'll get a few of those back. Oh, let's do a heal. It's a nice heal. If nothing else, it's a nice heal. I should have known better than to try to gamble that and think I could make that hit. Let's see here. Used to be a new wing like every 2 weeks for LFR, but they delayed it until after the holidays, so can't continue that portion of the patch. Someone says, have fun storming the castle. Tam says, nah, we're in a town shopping this week. That is why I stopped playing Pathfinder, was because Pathfinder, you would have those sessions that you spent just shopping and leveling up. If you did like 3-hour sessions, I swear, like later on Pathfinder, it just, no matter how many times I played that, it always ended up that way at mid-levels. D&D is much faster level characters up, and there's not a lot of shopping to do because, I mean, if you're following the rules, of course you can mod the hell out of it, but D&D doesn't really have a big market. Doesn't allow, the GM's guide doesn't even have prices listed for magic items and stuff, because the idea behind magic is it's so rare. It isn't just that you can go trip it down and go to the local Walmart and buy and sell magic items. Like in Pathfinder, the game is balanced under the assumption that you can buy anything in a major city outside of artifacts. And that sounds great on paper until you realize how much time it takes to keep track of all that, that crap. So I'm definitely, like, Pathfinder's made me play on computer. I'll do Pathfinder on the computer. Might even do a Let's Play that if people are really interested, but I will definitely do the Kingmaker game that they got over. Now that they got turn-based mode on it, I was not going to do that in pause and play. No way, Jose. Not with those complicated rules. Let's see here. That just means your characters can't do anything if they're a magic user, then. What do you mean? Where you can never use your treasure to become better, and that sucks too. All the game sucks for different ways. Well, okay. So the pen and paper is supposed to be run more intelligently than, let's say, a computer game. The DM should be giving you upgrades that. Okay, let me start with D&D. The design philosophy in that is that it's designed, unlike Pathfinder or older versions of D&D. It's not about just having these numerical upgrades. Magic items are supposed to be something that are really cool and different and really add something distinct to the character, number one. So it's rare that you get something you really can't use at all. Number two, magic items just fall very rarely. So when your players finally get one, it's like, oh my gosh, we got to find a use for it. We will make this work. We're going to find a use for it. But your DM should also be smart about what he gives. If you got a party, just for example, of all magic users and clerics, he shouldn't be dropping, 2-foot-long swords, great bastard swords and stuff. Not to say he can't, but and if he does, then yeah, maybe he needs to house mod something into where there's a black market or something, or an enchanting system. But even if there was some sort, and then you're going back to buying and selling. But even if there was, there's so few magic items, by the design philosophy of the game, there shouldn't be there shouldn't be a whole night of going back and forth. And in Pathfinder, I'm telling you, you have rings, and you have your armor, and you have your boots, and you have your cloak, and you have 13 slots on your character, and 4 rings, and tons of consumable magic items. In D&D 5th edition, you have, if you're lucky, 2 or 3 slotted magic items. You could only attune 3 at a time anyways, and then you got a handful of consumables, and that's it. And it's just, that will go faster. D&D is literally a game that came up with the idea to +1. Don't tell me they do numerical upgrades. I'm talking 5th edition, Chris. 5th edition went back to the drawing board, and they said, what do we need to do to rebalance this game? So in 3rd edition, 3.5, and Pathfinder, literally the armor class of the monsters, if you don't have any magic items, by the time you get to 10, 15 level, you will not be able to hit the monsters with your fighter. You just can't. Because it's built with the assumption that you're going to have all these numerical upgrades, the belt of strength, the sword +3, that you've gone from +1 to +2, +3, and the whole 9 yards. With 5th edition, it was completely reworked differently to where a monster, tough monsters and low level have 16 armor class. Your tough monsters at 10th level have 20. The number inflation's much, much lower. And of course, your ability to hit is going up a little bit over time anyways, because you got proficiency bonus and strength bonus. So when you get a +1 sword or a +2 sword, if your DM deigns to give you one, it is a true upgrade, as opposed to just keeping up with the Joneses, like it feels like with the older editions, which was math for math's sake at the end of the day. I thought about doing like a little magic campaign with Pathfinder, but every time I even suggested the idea, my players rightfully pointed out that the monsters aren't balanced with that in mind, and they would be, somehow gimped. Now I could lower the numbers on the monsters, but it's so intrinsically woven into that system, it would be very difficult to balance. Whereas in D&D 5th edition, so much simpler, because they don't assume that you're going to have all these, you know, magic +3, 5 swords that stack with your ring of to hit and your gauntlets of strength and your 3 feats that give you extra attack bonuses. It's just insane. Numenera does it with random dropping consumables that you can only hold 3 at a time, and then they all have really neat effects, encouraging you to use them with every fight. Yeah, and by the way, I'm not trying to make the argument that 5th edition is perfect or awesome or anything along those lines. I think you're absolutely right in that they all do different things better and whatever. I could get into criticisms about 5th edition. I just do like that. I do, of course, like the fact that they flattened the numbers and made it to where the fact that the fact that the idea that you're like in the older editions, you had to have a +1 of everything by the time you hit 4th level, or you were behind the curveball. And by 8th level, +2, 12th level, +3, etc., etc. All this extra math, all this extra buying and selling, all this extra upgrading you had to do. 5th edition just kind of threw it all out the window and flattened the numbers. It's like number squishing, like in World of Warcraft. And then, yeah. So I thought that was pretty cool. Too bad your level 1 warrior can't do anything in 5th. That is right on the nose, Chris. That's right. You hit the nail on the head about my criticism with the 5th edition is a warrior feels like a warrior, and at lower levels especially, they have so little to really do. Compared to Pathfinder, where you had archetypes and kits, and you could go for different feats as well. That those feats and stuff all took time and added crunch, but at first level you felt really badass. Unfortunately, in Pathfinder, by the time you got to 9th level, the game was so freaking slow. 5th edition, it goes faster, but yeah, especially fighters have so little to do, much less anything that really makes them feel different. In Pathfinder, you can have a party full of fighters and they all play completely differently because they all pick different archetypes and possibly even feats. Yeah, no, I totally get it. We tried to run in our group a couple of months ago, and the warrior basically quit the game after 2 runs, so we had to move to another system. And I had a friend who been playing with me for years, and we started running 5th edition. He picked a ranger, and like by 3rd or 4th level, he pulls me aside. He's like, Phil, I feel like I got nothing to do. Like I'm just shoot all the time, and I eventually ended up coming up with a system of like trick arrows that he could buy and utilize. But then now I'm having to do extra work as a DM and setting up systems that probably won't be super balanced. But I had to give him some options because it was just the way it was written. It was just the Rangers even feel boring. Rangers should never feel boring. They're supposed to be the Dritzits and the cool kids of the fighter club. Ooh, these guys are all dark. Dark creatures. Well, he was also doing less damage than any of the other classes, which just seem wrong. I can see that. And at first level, at the low levels, I mean, when you think about the older versions of D&D anyways, the fighters were usually doing more damage. It wasn't the wizards didn't come into their own until they got fireball at the very least at 5th level. And then they only had like one fireball and then they were done. So yeah, it's pretty sad in the early levels if your fighter is doing less damage than everybody else. That's sad. That does seem wrong. Yeah, here it is. Here it's not like not for 4 or 5 levels till the fighter can do any crazy cleaving. Yeah, yeah. It ends up feeling pretty vanilla. Now, the funny thing is, in Pathfinder, I would drop magic items for my characters all the time because it's a very magic heavy game, item heavy game, and then they would forget all about them because there were so many options to do with your feats and your archetype skills and things like that. They would always forget about their potions and one-time use items and whatever have you. It was great. But that, in a way, while, I honestly thought but that meant that your character had so many cool things to do that he didn't feel like, he had to rely on those things. Like, I mean, you take like like one of the archetypes for a fighter in Pathfinder is a crossbowman, and he gets to do all these really cool and, crazy shots, and that's built into his class. I didn't have to make up trick arrows or anything like that. So that's the cool thing about the system. I think one of the things I'm also going to, I might do Pathfinder again in the future after I take a bit of a year or two break. But I will definitely keep the party sizes smaller. I think playing with 6 players, which I always seem to get a big crowd, it's kind of detrimental as well, especially when that system's that complicated. Let's see here. Tam, fighter has to be built in a way once they start leveling. Action surge, multi-attack. They start low but can build really high. Also depends on the weapon they take. Well, I mean, true. I mean, all the characters get... I mean, and wizards will get up to fireball and things like that. But they should be doing, more damage, in the early levels. I mean, they might miss sometimes, but when they hit, it should hurt. Also depends on the weapon they take. Yeah, it does. It does, as we continue to fly around here in Child of Light. If you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Phil, aka JCServant. This is an episode of JCServant Plays. I am working through a complete playthrough of Child of Light. I am pretty early on. We have just gotten the Power of Flight. We are headed to the left here. I think we're in the 3rd chapter. They go pretty quick in this game. And we are working. We're gonna work our way through this entire thing. Not in one session though, but given the fact that it's only about a dozen hours, I should be able to knock this out in about 3 or 4 sessions, which takes about a week at the rate I'm scheduled. And then we'll be able to wrap it up with a bow tie, move it on over to YouTube, and I'll have my very first complete Let's Play done. Yay! It's such a pretty game to do it with too. Couldn't hit and couldn't hurt. It was awful. This is an episode of D&D debates, right? Well, it keeps me talking while I'm going through this whole exploration, and the fights here are a little on the slow side, so I think it's good. Keeps me going. But I can definitely see Chris's point on that. whittle down this dog here who seems to be a little bit. These dogs or hyenas or whatever tend to be a bit of a hit point sponges. Of course, now he's a dead sponge. Sponges are dead by definition when you think about it. I mean, generally speaking, the ones you clean the kitchen with, those are dead sponges. All about dead sponges. Oh, hello. Little girl, you will not pass this way. I will eat you up this day. Step out of the way, or I will turn you into clay. Surprise strike. Why can't I just fly over his head? He didn't look like he could fly. I would hope that the sponge cake is also dead. Right, Moogle? What about you, Moogle? You play any D&D or pen and paper games? I've also thought about later on down the road when I need to get through certain things in my life before I can do pen and paper again. But speaking of complication or something like that, the Dark Eye is a much lower magic system, right? It's a low magic world. So, and there's a couple of Dark Eye computer games as well. So it kind of interests me. I do want to check that out. Oh, I keep forgetting to level up these guys. Oh, I'd just like to kill one wolf. Let's see what Moogle says here in a sec after I get my butt kicked. Let's see here. I played 5th edition for about a year, but had to stop because people were starting to have trouble with attendance. Yeah, I mean, that's... You know, that kind of factored into the decision, you know, on my side. Is just people are really, really busy. I like to... you know, it's funny. I like to get to a point in my life where I feel like my friends are done with kids. And it seems like people are having kids later and later and later. And I have friends in their 40s who have children that are like 5 years old. I don't even know how you do that, but it's just like, that means I have to wait till my 60s to have friends without kids anymore. The kids are moved out. I know, it's selfish, but it's tough to hold the D&D groups together when they're constantly... Oh, wow, that guy just took off half her life. More than half, 2/3. Oh, she's out. Oh, she's lying on her side. It's so cute. This is not good. Not good. Not good. Yeah, do not mess with Child of Light. It will kick your butt. Yeah, we're dead. These guys are hitting really super hard. Can I just get out of the fight and reload? Nope, you have to wait till I die. I have to wait till I die. Okay. Where was that guy? Oh, he's right there. He's right there. So... Alright, this time we're actually going to level up. That doesn't help when we don't level up. We got some skill points here we could probably use to help out. Increases magic, magic defense, increases damage buff. I mean, none of this is, that's what I'm kind of looking for. Some physical defense would probably be very helpful against those guys. Magic defense, strength, magic points, defend. Reduce damage from attacks by 60%, increase speed on the turn by 70% for the following turn. Reduce damage by 40%. So this is a better defense. Well, that's good to have. And defense upgrade. So we're going to go with the defense tree here with her. And then for him... So if they couldn't hit or hurt, that sounds like they didn't do the math right. Uh, I mean, armor classes, because of the number squish and stuff like that, it's not unusual to run into, armor class 13, 14, 15, 16s, at first level. Your fighter's gonna start off, of course, with assuming he has like at least a 14 strength, that's a +2 to hit, +2 for proficiency, that's a +4. So, he can hit armor class 14 with a 50-50 shot. And it just depends on how much luck you're having that night. If you're only getting one attack around, it's not unheard of to have like a 4-round fight with monsters where you whiffed all but one attack. It just takes a little bit of bad luck there, and boom, you're missing a lot. So depends on how your DM's kind of judging advantage attacks too. Defend, ailment protection, defense upgrade, that will be helpful. Strength upgrade would be helpful. Ailment protection, going to hit point upgrade to magic defense. Magic points, better heals. Haven't really run into an issue with heals just yet. Oh, here we go. Revive a fallen ally. That could be useful. Just checking out what we got. How many points do I have left? 6. Ailment protection, hit point, defense. We'll do that. We need defense. I think defense is kind of the big kicker here. I think that should be good for now. Be nice if I had another party member too. If they did, we had a mathematician review it. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of depends on how you're. Oh crap! You get too close to this guy, and it's like fine. I was gonna like look around first. Well, hopefully this goes a little better now that I have like spent some points into some stats. We'll see how it works out. Definitely try to get rid of some of his cohorts here first. Get rid of that wolf. Try to keep focused on that wolf. Oh, wow. No, he hit the timeline. The boss hit the timeline, and boy, he just took off running really quick, and I was trying to avoid that. Well, crud. I hope he isn't attacking. Oh, and he's attacking, and he interrupted her, which is exactly what I was hoping wouldn't happen. Sigh. Oof. Die and stay dead. Thank you. Interrupt the boss. Always a good idea to interrupt the boss when you can. I mean, except if it's your job. Don't interrupt that boss, because that probably ends poorly. Like D&D, yeah, bad rolls could absolutely play like, because math, and that's one of the problems with the D20 system overall is in a lot of that stuff RNG. I mean, think about when you go back and watch me play the Gold Box games, right? You guys have seen me do Let's Plays the Gold Box games. You go whiff, 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 whiff. I mean, you don't have any magic spells, so it's all the fighters doing the attacking there. It's not unusual to go through rounds of combat and at a pen and paper setting, man, some bad luck can really ruin your day, as a fighter. But mathematically, your fighters will do a longsword's a D8, so that's 4 points, 5 points. Again, a lot of RNG in there, but 4 to 5 points of damage on the average, +2 for strength if he has a 14, strength 3 if he has a 16. So 7 points of damage on the average. And your level 1 monsters are usually around 10, 11, 12 hit points. It just kind of depends. Depends on how those numbers work out. The class can't just do as well as other classes. System isn't good. Yeah, it just kind of depends on what you're looking at, what you're doing. Understand too, 5th edition is a little weird, and I don't know why they... I kind of know why. I don't know why they did this. One of the big differences when it came to wizards and the spellcasting classes was they gave them... They really buffed up their cantrips to where they do basically the same amount of damage as weapons. And really, cantrips should just... I mean, in the older editions, like Pathfinder was just like less than half the damage of a normal weapon. Later on, that probably makes sense, but at lower levels, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then think about this too. Magic Missile, I believe... Was it Magic Missile that lets you do 3 Magic Missiles, I believe, in 5th edition? Instead of the normal 1 Magic Missile? You know, so... let me just take a look here. Yeah, you get 3 Magic Missiles at level 1. Again, going back to the older editions of D&D, you start off with 1 missile, and you didn't get 3 until much later down the road. So, again, like, why is the wizard, you know, early on pumping out more damage? And honestly, like, it seemed to me like the design philosophy behind wizards in later editions was that they are more crowd control than damaging, because while Fireball's always done D6, the hit points of monsters and characters have really gone up over time, nerfing the power, you know, relative power of damaging spells. So, but Stinking Cloud, things like that became more debilitating and widespread. Well, not all of them. Stinking Hold Person, whatever. My whole point is, you know, wizards have never been the biggest damage outputting people since the old days. But then suddenly 5th edition comes along and it gives first level, the low level wizards, all this power they didn't have before. And I'm not super sure why, because that's really been the fighter's domain. So I can see where Chris is coming from there. There's no way a first level fighter's pumping out 30 points of damage, unless there's some really weird build I'm not considering. I've never seen a first level fighter. We're talking low levels on this, you know. I guess if you're like using critical, like double critical hit rules, damaging, or triple. Depends on whatever. I'm mixing up my additions. That would still be a little hard, because 15 points, you have to roll a 10 on a d10, like a two-handed sword. You got +3 for strength. That's 13 times 2 is 26. I suppose that's feasible. At least they make it easier to crit in this edition. Oh, let's see here. Let us... take him out and interrupt the boss. Oh, boss is definitely going to get to go first. Let's defend. Oh, he's just gathering strength. Oh, that was a waste. Let's heal up. Ogre's Wrath. That hurt. Alright, we're keeping him slowed down. Oh, ran out of wishes. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get an attack off before he does. He's moving pretty fast down the timeline. See, even right there, it's hard to tell whether the Jester's going to win or not. Oh, he did win, just barely. But the guy's going to get to go first on the next round, so it's good that she defended. Going down with the hit point sponge here. This boss doesn't want to die. Oh, oh, critical hit. Speaking of critical hits, took out that poor jester. Poor jester. Oh, now he's gonna knock out this poor 9-year-old girl. Oh, oh, this is gonna hurt. Oof. Oh. Yeah, they were really quick on the delay action there. Oh, no, she's dead. Holy cow, he's tough. Yeah, yeah, that is unfortunate. He is tough. And I don't know what to do about that. I guess go and level a little bit? Because boy, that hurts. Hurts, hurts, hurts. But it's after leveling back. Fighters, as I said, short, slow, and build up. They got extra attack early in their classes. They've action surge, which does deal another action, but they're gear dependent. Yeah, I mean, they get they get the surge, and with the surge, they could definitely do 30 points of damage in a round with any sort of luck. Sure, sure. We were just kind of talking about low level probably before they get the surge, compared to normally like in older editions of D&D, your fighters are the ones who come out swinging, being the main bulk of your damage dealing um, until like around 5th level, really. And it doesn't help that in D&D they really have no other until they get the action skill pretty kind of early, but even then it's not a lot of strategic depth to poor things. But it's good to give to a new player. Definitely hand them the fighter and you don't have to worry about them messing it up too much. I'll take that extra level up. Need that to deal with Pumpkin over here. Just make sure it does have a little saving symbol down there. Let us make sure we got everything. Let's just drop down and get the wolves from behind. Here, I don't want to play this, you do it. Right? I don't want to play the boring ass fighter, you play the boring ass fighter. No, I mean, I definitely have had, like, I've DM'd a lot, and you get the new players that you don't want to overwhelm with, a class that's too strategic, tactical, too many options. That's where I would hand them a barbarian, where all they have to do is hit the rage button, or something like that to begin with. Especially Pathfinder, where the rules are really overly complicated already. There's already so much to absorb in that even a fighter with basic skills or a barbarian still has a number of things to take into account, like 5-foot stepping in order to help your rogue get flank and things like that. But I guarantee you, my experienced friend didn't want to play. None of my experienced friends wanted to play any sort of fighter. They were all very much like arguing who's going to play at least a wizard. At least the wizard has some different tools in the tool shed. It's all about the tools in the tool shed. I need a tool in a tool shed for this big giant. Ooh, go up to the sky. But the world has a roof. All right. We got to focus and get past this boss somehow. Psionic monks, right? Well, I mean, for your fight, for your people who want to play, those classes with a little bit more choices, there is paladins that gives you a little bit more to work with, but yeah, it is definitely coming from Pathfinder and then playing D&D 5th edition, you definitely feel, you know, even with the arguments about whether or not they do damage or not damage aside, um, there is the lack of options and stuff compared to even, yeah, obviously 3rd edition, right? 3.5. Got little girls like I'm gonna turn you into clay. Yeah, yeah, you keep saying that, but you've died twice, so I'm not really sure that's a credible threat. And I'm just trying to time it to where I interrupt this boss. So I'm trying to time the delays on him. Let's see here. She should be able to interrupt the boss. Let's see if we can interrupt the wolf there. Ugh, and that's what kills me is they debuff her. Oh, she's already down to 3 hit points. Which is this wolf that might interrupt him? It's this one down here. Try to get the heal spell off. Try to at least get her hit points back up. Keep her on defend, because the boss is about to attack. That definitely helps. Just next when you only have like 2 characters and one's defending, because that really cuts into your damage output. Well, now their damage output's cut, so there. Oh, shucks. Ah, that wolf. Even though I was slowing him down, his attack was just so fast. Let's see. We will have him attack some, but let's have him attack the other wolf. Cancel the boss. And let's heal up our Jester before he dies. How psionic paladin monks? Then you can have all the choices. Whew! Keeping that boss kind of juggled. Okay, can we... I think I'm getting confused between juggling him and just trying to get this wolf just taken care of. Uh-oh. He's gathering strength. Bad things happen when he gathers strength. Oh, come on. Ah, freaking wolf. I can't kill that wolf to save my life. Urgh, this is going to hurt somebody. It's going to be one of us. I'm pretty sure that she would have killed that wolf if she would have hit. Oh, and she blocks and he gets the one in the back. Stay down. Bad dog. Nobody likes you. Okay. So far, so good. We need to heal our Jester up here. Ouch. Not fair. Cancel. Ouch. Oh boy, oh boy. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Gotta get through this, gotta get through this. Heal is 6 magic points and we don't have 6 magic points. Oh. He's lurching over though. He's lurching over. So he's almost dead. I take it that means he's almost dead. Oh, we're dead. We're dead. Oh, he's gathering strength. Okay. Alright, that's good. Buff yourself, buddy. Makes you feel any better. Buff yourself. Come on. Do it. Kill him. Woo! Phew! Ah, did not want to have to reload. Alright. We level up. To the Tree of Thorns. The Tree of Thorns, here it is, lays clue. Now we simply have to pass through. After you. Alrighty, looks like there's nowhere else to go. This looks like a good time just to take... Yeah, I know, right, Moogle? It was like, yay, touchdown!
Refreshing.
Let me take a little break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Let's see here. Alright, just responding to a question over here. And you too could join us on Discord and ask me questions and what have you. Love to hear from you. And somebody's actually asking, I mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again just for this individual. Yes, I have played the Grandia games before. It has been a hot minute. I have not played the new HD editions, so there's probably, I probably need to put that on my list. There's just so many good games and things I want to stream. But I do enjoy the Grandia games. Or I did enjoy them. I even enjoyed 3. That's saying something. I enjoyed 3. I enjoyed 3. We named the mules in D&D campaign Bill and Ted. That's funny. JCS wife says, hi, pause. Yeah, that paralyzation from that bombard is pretty brutal. I need that. See, I'm going to have her just focus fire and kill that one spider off rather than delay this spider, so I'll take the hit from it. I think that's going to be my new attitude with this. It's not the way I usually go, but I think I'm just going to focus on taking out one at a time and just delaying or interrupting them in rare circumstances. I mean, it's easy when you're down to just one. Then you manipulate his time as you know, wherever you need to. JCS wife says hi. Oh, I think I already said that one. Took a lot of damage there. Oh, yay, we're healing 3 hit points at a time now. Well, that's good, because we were healing 1 at a time. It was really painfully slow. Yeah, they don't really call this a Tree of Thorns for nothing. It is aptly named. You don't want to be zipping through this tree too quickly. Oh, look, there's this nice, big, huge creature at the top that only has my best interests at heart. I'm sure there's nothing that could go wrong if I fly into him. Ambush? I flew into him. How can I be ambushed when I flew into him? Oh, whatever. Evil creatures. And let's see if we can kill a spider. Come on, beat the spider. He's gonna beat the spider, but I don't know if she can beat him. That's a good question. I'm gonna find out. Bye, spider. Yes, she beats him, just barely. Oh, I meant to attack him. I get a little confused where the blue guy's at versus the character I'm attacking sometimes, even though they're clearly lit up. Sick your flying ball on them. I know, right? Freaking bad guys. Ooh, beating up on a 7 whatever year old girl. It's just not right, I tell you. Just not right. What's the world coming to? Faster can you speed increase him? Whew, the Jester got him first. That's good. I always feel like when they interrupt my attacks, they bump me back a lot further on that timeline than when I bump them. Collect some wishes. Wishes are full of kisses. Heal that Jester up a little bit. There we go. And we get the treasure chest with the rough ruby. We could craft. We can craft more of these things. What if we craft a blue and a blue and a blue? Then we get a tumbled sapphire, whatever the hell that means. Let's do it. Probably just means a bigger one. 10% chance of evading while casting. And we put a red and a red and a red together. What do we get? A tumble ruby. And if we put a green and a green and a green together, what do we get? A tumble, whatever. You get lots of cool stuff. Okay, so if we put a bigger ruby, we add more fire damage, 8% fire damage. If we stick it in our armor, we get more hit points. And we can give the Jester some water damage. Water is strong on fire, weak on lightning. You know, the problem is you don't always know what you're going to fight. So, don't know if having that extra fire damage is really helpful. I mean, at least with the armor, you know, if it doesn't seem to have that weakness element to it. It isn't like if you fight something with the wrong element and you equip the armor with that particular element that's weak against it, suddenly you're taking extra damage. So, powerful light attack with a 10% chance of killing a targeted dark creature instantly. Light is strong against dark. What do we have over here? Magic. Upgrade your magic. And then over here, upgrade strength by 2. We'll take that. And we will upgrade his strength as well. Tumble. A tumbling attack targeting a single dark creature. Well, he's already using Tumble. But it increases its power by 30. Oh, that's worth it. Does she have like an attack like that? Like a sword plus on her thing? Slash. I'm just looking for another slash icon. I don't really see one. Oh well. Let us keep flying. Going very carefully through the Tree of Thorns. Because those thorns hurt when they hit you. Treasure chest. Rough emerald plus 2. Antidote. Now, I definitely hit him from behind. Yeah, you better believe that's a surprise strike. And our tumble should hit a bit harder now. Woo, 41, nice. The cat has decided that he wants to make the game harder. And then he rubs all over the microphone, which I'm sure you guys are getting a nice sound of. Ouch. Level up. Grab the magical little balls. Alright, so we're up at the top of the thorn tree. Now what? Sorry about the mic sounds there. I thought it was supposed to get to the top of the thorn tree, but maybe it's the bottom of the thorn tree. Ah. Just make sure you don't hit the thorns. Alright, another treasure chest with another sapphire. Oh, another creepy crawly spider. Ah! Yeah, I got that spider from behind. That'll teach him to mess with us. See the little triangle ears? You see those? Little triangle ears just sticking up. Sticking up there, watching what we're doing. killing off little flying things. So what else is going on lately? I will tell you, you want to head over to rpgamer.com. We have tons of news, reviews, and whatnot on there. And I was reading, we have some new people on staff because I don't even recognize the names of the reviews. But I forget the name. But somebody had reviewed um, the new Sheeran the Wanderer game, which I feature on my Wheel of Rogue. And Anna has played quite a bit of it, and it is a tough mystery dungeon game, as most of them are. Mystery dungeon games can look really cute and cuddly, but they can be really tough. But they are generally well made. I was playing Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon, and I tell you what, it looks super, super cute, but don't let that game fool you. There's definitely some tough fights to be had in that game. Scar, Scar, you have a heart there. Were you the one who wrote the review for Sheeran, or you just love Sheeran games? Oh, Ignatius, fly on by. The lowest of the low I do not spy. Oh, Aurora, search the sky, because I don't see the highest of high. The Deep Dark Well, Chapter 4. Hello, pilgrims, on a long journey we are. Empty, where could they all be? Talk to the crows. Caw. I love the cartoon drawing here at the house, just so well done. Very cute. Very cute. Scar, you didn't tell me why you put a heart up there for. What do you love? Oh, I just love this artwork. Rough Emerald. So we're moving on by. Okay. Feel like I'm missing something. Let's go down over here. This bird is drinking a bottle of wine. He's all drunk. Look, he's sitting there hiccuping. There's more drunk birds inside. Excuse me, sir. Have you the sun or moon within this well? Hurrah, princess, you came. Most certainly not. Can't you see? I'm all alone again. My grandpa and I are casters, keeping the village safe from demise. I left a couple of days before to replenish our supplies, and zounds, the Dark Queen cursed my kin to birds. The water of Lethe would cure 'em on. I have to make the journey down, but fear has... Poor man. The well must go down only a short span. Come on, Finn, jump in. Open the inventory menu. For what? Hmm. Oh, we definitely want to increase her defense, I think. You said you cast spells? Aye, princess. I wanted it best. In the well, it will be put to the test. Hurrah, Finn here. Aurora, do not call me princess. Finn has joined the party. What if they like being birds? Don't do that at home, kids. Don't jump into this. Is a public service announcement by the staff of RPGamer. Okay, children, do not jump into wells, especially if there's some weird gnome you've never met before telling you to do it. That's a red flag. You probably shouldn't. So yeah, what if they like being birds? Oh my gosh, he's another spider. It's always with the spiders. It's like spiders are the safe bet to put in as an enemy as an RPG because there's just not a lot of people who sympathize with spiders. Oh, select party to swipe fighters. Oh, well that's interesting. Hmm. You only get 2 fighters then. Something I did not realize. Figure if I got a third party member, I'd actually be able to have 3 party members at once. Don't kill them spiders, right? JC's wife says, nope, spiders should die. The spiders are water resistant. So he's taken. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This to me is a bit of a problem with the game. Like, if you put water on your weapon, then and you're fighting against something that's weak against you, you seem to do a little bit more damage. But if it's something that's strong against it, you do a lot less damage. So it's a wash at best, and at worst, you're doing less damage overall when you consider you're fighting random people. Unless you're sitting there and really going, okay, it's a spider, I know it's resistant against water, but you never know what he's got with him. So you can't really predict that 100% ahead of time anyways. I should just have him attack. Could have him attack the guy in the back. Duh. Let her focus on the spider. Oh, but he's fire resistant too. So they're both doing less damage. Ouch. Wow, this could take a while. Oh, wait, but you can swap out party members. Oh, and you can switch her out. That's good to know. Lightning Strike. Ooh, that sounds special. Let's see how resistant he is to lightning. Apparently not very. Okay, well that adds a nice little layer to the game. You can kind of swap them out and get somebody in there with a better element. Devastation. Now, I don't know if the experience is shared. We have got to get out of here. Calm down, master your fear. There's only a few and a half of us. You could just disappear. Well, you're telling me, buddy. Spiders are evil. Everybody knows this. Recharging our health up. Like, there's a bucket just floating here. Why is this bucket just floating here? We are at the bottom of this well. Where flows less swell? Oh, I get the bucket for the well. Duh. Okay, like, his kin did disappear. They're right there, getting drunk and having fun. Right? Oh, there's a warthog. What kind of warthog is that? Almost looks like a werehog. Hmm. This thing's vulnerable to fire. This guy just doesn't like beer or something, right? Ouch. Oh, that poor little wizard guy's getting his butt kicked. That guy doesn't like beer or something. Oh, those spiders are fire resistant. Oh, that's right, it was lightning. Oops. Swap out with the jester and see if we can finish this guy off quick. Heal thyself, doctor. I need to see if I can put a lightning in her weapon. Gonna be fighting water spiders. I have 2 sodas and a thing of water and 2 candy bars and some protein bars. We'll be careful that y'all don't get turned to a bunch of ravens with that. He doesn't have any magic points left. It's no bueno. What about an item? Magic potion, recover 75 magic points. 75% magic points. Probably really need it right now. Otherwise, we're gonna be here forever trying to beat up these water spiders. Ooh, that hurt. Lightning, 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 lightning. Call down the power of Thor! There we go. He does in one round what takes other characters a much longer time to do. Oh my gosh, it's still alive. It isn't a spider, it's a cockroach. Probably survive an apocalypse. There we go. Bravo, you with the beard. Are you a magician? Well, you might say that. Come to the circus and try out. She is inviting you to an audition. Up on stage? Are you kidding? Might as well feed me to a griffin. Cute. Ah, replenishing health. Oh, right, and we were going to change out her weapon with a lightning weapon. At least it doesn't cost anything to change it. Adds lightning as the rough emerald. And I think we can take his out. Can we take his out? No. Put a blue one in? Yes. Go back to her. Change it with this nice lightning one. That should be helpful. Oh no, we'll never get through here. Remember the door in the tree? What do we do? Do not worry, wait and see. That was pretty cool how I got this shadow effect. It looks really good too. That shadow effect looks real nice. Let's see here. We have that, and we have this wheel thing. Then we have this moon thing. Where are we going to put the moon thing? Up above our head, maybe? There we go. What a peculiar work of charity. I hope it doesn't lead to tragedy. We could go through the door. We could see what's down here in the basement. Nothing bad's ever come from looking down in the basement. Spiders. Always spiders. Well, now she has a lightning weapon, so let's see if we can swap him out with her. And let's see if that doesn't have a little bit more of an impact on these guys. Yeah. Though it's not doing that much damage, it's obviously better than what she was doing before, I suppose. Uh-oh. Oh, he's just gonna buff. Yeah. Bit of a build-up on that lightning spell as the air, get the cackling sounds and the such. Knocks him with the staff. That's a fast attack. And he's down for the count. spider next. Little lightning upside the head. And I believe most of us would be happy never to look at 2020 again, but RPGamer's Game of the Year Awards are coming up in the not too distant future to talk about the best games of 2020. So keep your eyes at rpgamer.com, one of the few websites actually waits till the end of the year and start evaluating, which games are best. Actually taking the time to get to play more of them too before making those decisions. I think there was like people already doing videos in November of what they thought the best Game of the Year award was. Quicken Elixir. Rough Ruby. Nice little cache of goodies. Very cool design as we're just kind of down in here, digging through the dungeon. Lol Elixir. Okay, so this is the way we came. And we could explore more before going in the door. I'm gonna guess that we're gonna have to backtrack anyways. So we might as well go ahead and see what's on the other side of the door. And let's see here. Ooh. Those things look nasty. Probably detrimental to her health. She get hit by whoa. Now we've got fire dogs. So we have water spiders and then we have fire dogs. All kinds of just little elemental beasts hiding underneath. Under the sea. Or under the well. Aw, paralyzed. We don't like paralyzed. We don't. But what are you going to do? That griffin in the back, I wonder if he likes water. Monsoon. Oh, tail. Hey, it knocked him off his feet if nothing else. Just get her hit points back up before this battle ends. Oof. That looked painful. It sounded painful. Got Quicken Elixir. Rough Ruby. Nothing else up here. So we got this fire beast here. And I'm gonna guess that's good against water's good against that. So our jester is using a water weapon, so we do have him on tap. And then you got that weird werebore in the back. She was using what, the lightning weapon, which probably not the best thing against him. So let's switch out with the jester. And let's see what happens when we hit the fire dude with the water weapon. Vulnerable to water. What a surprise. Let's see what the lightning weapon does. Just normal damage, as I would expect. Infernal Howl. Well, now you're infernally dead. Ooh, just knocked her upside the head. So rude. The rock goes up, the rock comes down. Rock hurts a lot. It's an interesting design of that werebore, if nothing else. Still think it's a werebore. It's got the hands, looks like a human, had a rough night out, got bitten by something he shouldn't have. And now he's a werebore. Where are those magic points going? Come back here. Come back here. Alright. Where is our objective? Ooh. Nice presents. Magic Stardust. We do like our Stardust. Anybody playing Yakuza Like a Dragon lately? I continue to hear good things about that game. Seems like a really cool and awesome game. My type of game being a turn-based game. I was talking with my brother earlier, and we were talking about our appreciation for turn-based games the older we get. Yeah, so he's using the water weapon, probably not good against these guys. Let us focus on the guy in the back first. See if we get anywhere with him. He just looks so brutalized every time you hit him. Like he falls all the way back on his back and tumbles over his head. I'm not, but I've had a friend that's been talking about it as he plays it, right? I don't know if I would consider it a whatchamacallit? Hidden gem's not the right word. Underrated? There's something in between those two terms that I'm missing. But you know, is it? What do you think? Do you think it's getting good exposure or not getting good exposure? Ooh, down to 12 hit points. That's probably not good. Probably should think about casting a healing spell. Oh, and then I got this guy who could heal her up a little bit. It's a slow way to heal, though. Oh, that's right. We can swap this guy out. Swap him out. Get back in the wizard. And actually cast a lightning spell. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's like delayed lightning strike. And one more lightning strike. Keep that spider on slowdown so we can actually get the spell off. And we get him right between the eyes. And our little gnome wizard levels up. Proving that if you just smoke enough mushrooms, you too can get better at magic. Whoa! Almost ran right into that. Almost looks like a creature, like the dark lagoon creature there in the front. So open up the old treasure chest here. We get some Firefly Elixir. Yeah, he is definitely protecting that entryway right there. Wonder if you run into him while you're scaring him with the light, what happens. Let's see. Oh, you can pass by them. And then attack him from behind. Oh, that's clever. Well, we're definitely going to lightning strike this guy in the back. Because that's what you do with water spires. Hey, Hero Harmony, welcome! Just a few hours in here into my Child of Light playthrough. Yeah, we've been chit-chatting about all kinds of stuff tonight. Missed the whole nerd debate about Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. That was fascinating. Hard drive speeds on new consoles versus PC. We've been having some lively discussions this evening. But it's nice to see you here. Cast a little monsoon on the old fire dog down here. Swap her out with our and cats. Oh yes, lots of cats. That is true. I don't have much experience with D&D. Do you played any pen and paper there, Peter? The rock goes up. The rock must come down. I wonder if I should use another spell. Why the hell not? And interrupt his turn with death. Nope, only did it once with friends on roll 20. Well, you know, maybe we'll get you into a game at some point. I was talking earlier about how I'm just taking a D&D break for a year or two or three. I've been DMing and doing D&D now for, well, I've been playing on and off for since I was a wee little lad. But the last 10 years or so have been pretty much nonstop with Pathfinder. Did a lot of Pathfinder. I was really excited about it. After playing with it for years, I just continued to run issues with it. It slows down in the mid levels, especially if you have a larger group, and it's really hard not to have a larger group when people have friends and friends of friends. Oh, hold on a second. We have a cutscene here. A cutscene with a fight. Oh, well. Oh, well, why the hell not? Anyways. So 5th edition, I think, addresses a lot of the issues with Pathfinder and the complaints about Pathfinder while retaining a lot of the spirit of the older editions, what people loved about them. But it does, as Chris and I were talking, it does have some of its own shortcomings in trying to keep things faster and simpler. It definitely shorts a number of the basic classes, so. And it feels vanilla after a while, unless your DM really gets into modding it. Alright, let's see here. Like, and you know, if you played, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, the demo, but there's that. I think there's Solitica, which is supposed to use 5th edition rules. But I think if you play with those computer games and you compare them with the Pathfinder, Kingmaker computer game that's already out, you get a very good feeling. If you spend good time with both of them, the level of crunch difference between the two. Now, you had this problem with the older editions too, fighters feeling very basic and stuff, but I think when you play with the computer games, you control an entire party. It's okay that your fighters don't do a whole lot because I mean, they do a lot, but they're not very deep and complicated because you gotta manage all the other characters. I kind of remember this boss. Yeah, well, glad somebody remembers this boss, because he looks like he wants to have me for breakfast. I guess the fire one here might be weak to lightning. Or the water one here. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah, this is like your RPG, Junior's first RPG with elements where you feel smart because you remember to use lightning against the water guy. Ah, yes, good times. Let me swap him out with the lady with the lightning weapon. He is not going to be able to get his attack up before these guys go. Unless he does like a fast attack. Oh, unless that guy goes first. Paralyzed! Oh, that's rude. Very rude. I love Divinity Original Sin, but playing with the right people is very crucial. You mean the right people in the party, or with the right friends? You know, multiplayer or something. I feel like I have to play Divinity Original Sin 2 all over because I missed everything with friends who rush or read things without me. Yeah, regarding multiplayer. Yeah, no, multiplayer, I just, my wife and I did the first one for a while, and it is tough, especially if the other person's not sitting there with you and is very patient while you want to read everything. I have this problem to a smaller degree with MMOs, but definitely, where I just want to watch the cutscenes and everything. They're like, go, 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 go. And you're like, but I'm watching the cut. Go, go, go. Okay, fine. Um, so, yeah. Slow, get that knock in, and conk him on the head. Not that it really stops him from going. That sort of game seems tough to do multiplayer, says Moogle. Chris says, yeah, I'm not sure multiplayer on those really work. But, I mean, but it was all over the marketing for, especially for Divinity Original Sin 2. I remember the videos of like, look, my friend did this, haha, and he poisoned me, and I didn't know he was going to do that. We'll get back at him. There was this whole thing that they were doing, as if this is the best multiplayer game ever. It's kind of like D&D. But the computer's the DM, and there was, I think, also a DM mode to that, but I was just like, nah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I did multiplayer with the first one, and that was a pretty rough experience. Oops. I thought I could beat him, and I just got both my characters interrupted and lost a turn. Again, I swear, when my characters get knocked back, they get way back knocked on the timeline. When you knock them back, they're just knocked back in time. It's fine. And now I'm almost dead. I think I'm gonna have to do this battle over again. Yeah, no, no, nope, 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 dead, dead, dead. Chris says, I'm well aware of what they told us. I just know what happens when you try it. Right? I thought it was funny. Um, it's just an interesting experience, if nothing else. Okay, so before we go and fight him again, let's just do some of that magic defense upgrades I've been putting off. Um, hmm. Physical defense. How many skill points? I want magic defense, obviously, because that guy's just spewing out the magic. It's all he does. Spew, spew, spew out magic defense. All right. And what about you? You got some magic defense here somewhere, buddy? Like somewhere close? Strength, defense, magic, knock, magic point, upgrade, strength, defense, physical defense, strength, defend, improves defend. You should always have good defend. Speaking of, did the Jester have good defend? The defense 2 with the 2 stars, it makes defend action a lot more effective. Oh well. We tried in Alfoger before. It always resulted in us just being murder hobos. While on another save I played with, just one person who was patient went better. Yeah, you have to be very, very patient, I think. And then if you're the one who's faster, then maybe you're patient, but it's still it's still kind of robbing you some of your function to sit there and wait, even if you're being nice and adult about it. I've always said, like, when it comes to turn-based games like Civ or something like that, or here's Might Magic had a multiplayer function, I don't want to sit around waiting for somebody else to take their turn either. You know, if I'm going to play with somebody, I'll play a more real-time game. That's just me. I say that, and then I like to play board games with people where we do take turns, so I'm a hypocrite that way. But I think with these computer games where you're making more tactical decisions, it just seems to drag on more. And board games, most good board games are designed to where when it's not your turn, you're still engaged in figuring out what your turn's going to be, and what the other person does is more important than what you get with some of these computer games. So, all right, we're going to try not to die this time. Oh, what weapon did he have again? Did he have the water? I forget which one he had. Actions. Ailment protection could be very helpful. And I just need you to delay one of these guys here. Don't care which one. Conk. Ailment protection doesn't save you from getting blasted with elemental crap. Alright, so the Jester, I'm just trying to remember what he had. There's fire. Don't think he had fire. Water. He has water. Alright, so we can monsoon against the fire dude. That would be helpful. We're going to have to slow down the water dude to keep him from interrupting the spell. Oh, but now that guy's going to get in and attack. Okay, big monsoon, go! He's vulnerable to water, and my guys are vulnerable to getting their butts constantly kicked with elemental attacks. Ah, jeez. I'm interested in trying something like Hero Quest over D&D 2, a little more straightforward, structured, and less freedom. You know, Peter, you and I, we think a lot alike. I'm with you. There are a number of role-playing board games that are out there. I don't have a lot of local friends, but if I did, I think right now I'd be leaning towards something like one of those. I've played a couple of lighter versions of those in the past, and I've enjoyed them, and they're good for like one-off experiences. And there's bigger ones that can be played for multiple sessions or more, but they're more structured experience than obviously your open world role-playing game. And don't get me wrong, I love role-playing games. I love what they can, how they can, you can really approach any problem supposedly the way you want to. I say supposedly because it doesn't happen nearly enough, I think. But and 5th edition also feels like there's less options too, along those lines. Where is defend? Well, that was helpful. That was super helpful. Probably saved his bacon. monsoon, and hopefully the jester can heal himself. Oh, I just freaking defended again on accident. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, good. He gets to go again. Let me just use a potion, because I think it's faster. There we go. Yeah, defending doesn't do any good if you've only got like 7 hit points left. Gaming pro tip. Yeah, that upgraded defending ability really does help. Man, just being defensive so much. I don't like games that really encourage you to defend a crap ton, because you're not... I don't know. It just really feels slow. And now my characters are so low on hit points that I end up having to spend my turns just healing anyways. Ah! I'm just gonna die again. Just not. This is not working. They paralyzed the wizard, so he's just sitting there picking his nose. What did you... difficult... There's only 2 difficulties. There's casual enjoy the story mode, and then there's hard mode. At least what it's called. Now, normally when I play games, I always go for normal. I feel like I should judge the game the way it was meant to be experienced. I should experience it the way it was the designers wanted to. And normal's supposed to be a balanced, experience. This one really is like casual or hard. You're like, what about no casual or hard? I'm like, I don't want to like sit there and beat it on casual. That just seems. But dang nabbit, this guy's tough, and I just can't get a break here. Let's see here. Magic and hit points. 100% magic points. 100% hit points, which only got 1 of those. And we just need to heal here, I think. And hope that the blue guy doesn't interrupt us. And he's going to interrupt us. Whoa, 191 damage, nice. Oh good, he didn't interrupt the one who was healing. But now the wizard's gonna die. Yeah, wizard's dead. Yeah, I can't win this with one character when I'm just gonna have to die. I love the defend during the CPU's attack phase in the game Eternal Sonata. I only barely touched Eternal Sonata. Give me 1 second. Someone's messaging me here. Die. It'd be funny if like one of these guys actually the fire dude looks like he's all limpy. There's a joke in there somewhere. There really is a joke in there. take a look at our items. Because increase magic defense, 1 defense, reduce the target of this creature, increase targeted ally speed. So let's increase our wizard speed. See if that doesn't give us a leg up there. Wow, even with slowing down the green guy, he's going to get the attack in first and interrupt my wizard because of freaking course. Just can't win. And now he's the wizard's before the fire guy, which means if I try to cast the fire guy, we'll probably interrupt him. Grr, 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 grr. I need to cast a spell. Oh, good grief. Come on. You want to do like the, come on, man, Joe Biden. Like, come on, dude. Give a guy a freaking break in this game. At least let me get off one effing spell. Everything in this fight hurts. Let's see here. Hi, Nikita. This is JCS wife. Oh. When you get the chance, give my sister Nikita a big shout out. Happy New Year. She's watching. Thank you so much for watching us today at RPGamer. Appreciate it, Nikita. Big shout out to you. And of course to my good friend Peter, because I mean, Peter's awesome. He's always here watching us and chatting with us. Great guy. And he's very smart because he's gotten a lot further in Satisfactory than I ever did. So God bless his heart, because I can't think that deeply. So, you must be a smart cookie too. Y'all are related. Alright, so... we'll try to keep our Jester alive. Watch those hit points all melt away when the monsters all attack. Monsoon, monsoon. Oh, I wish I could get another one of those critical spell hits. Oh, but they'll get a critical hit on me. That's totally fair. Looks like he's all limpy again, though. We need some more wishes. Get these wishes over here. And heal up our poor little wizard. Can't have him dying on us. She said hi, too. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna keep this guy on slow down while I cast my spell. Thank you. Come on, just die, you... Just die. That's all we want you to do, is just die. Yay! Alright, our chances of making it through this battle just went up dramatically because I say that right when we're about to get killed. Because now we're just down to an even fight of 2-on-2. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. We got a Jester who's almost dead. He can heal himself. And I can cast lightning spells on water. So let's do that. And heal ourselves or switch him out. We can switch him out. Get Aurora in there. I'm just thinking whether I should have her defend to minimize the damage, or I think I'll have her defend. I feel like that was cheating. He paralyzed her. At least he paralyzed her while she was defending. Because I think that means she'll continue to take half damage. Or 70% damage. Yeah, good. Makes her into a really nice tank. Oh, he's out of magic. Well, that's okay. We got a potion for that. I like the sound of the cork. Just taking the cork off. Okay, it's her turn again. I think you're going to have her defend because that poison guy's about to go. We could have her attack this. Well, we'll take our chance with the poison guy. And have her attack this guy and hope... Good. Attack the wizard instead. It's a bit of a risk there. But we get a good licking on him. Go ahead and have him defend because these two guys are going to get to go. Ouch. And we need lightning to attack the guy in the back, and we're going to have her heal somebody. Herself. Position heal thyself. Nice! Critical hit death. You know, I'm okay with him paralyzing us. I mean, that's okay. That's fine. Now, what is the poison guy weak against? Fire, maybe? Yep. Tis fire. And we'll have her heal. Tis just a matter of time now. Vulnerable to fire. Interrupted. Slashed. Cheater. Let's see. We're out of magic, but you know what? I think he's dead enough to where I'm not too worried. Let me switch out with... Oh, the Jester's almost dead. Well, that's okay. He can heal himself. Action, heal. Keep this guy on slow down. Have her attack him. Woo! Some nice XP. Da, 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 da. That was a tough fight. I honestly didn't think this game was actually going to have some tough fights. I mean, it's so cutesy and so few characters. Birds they were, now be free. Lift the curse in the capital, Capilli. It's supposed to rhyme. It's totally Capilli. What's a curious basin? It shows you what your heart is craving. Yay, right? Perhaps it'll show me the moon and the sun. Have a look. It's worth a run. Please, it is Holy Saturday. I bespeech your grace. The people await your speech, your grace. My Aurora, my heart broken. Your grace. Someone bring the doctor. Your grace. Father! Did you see the sun and moon? Make your magic again, quick! It only works once. I am gonna be sick. Oh, the artwork is so cute! Fern! Grandpa, good to see you about. None of that. Come here, you cowardly lout. Princess. Aurora, please, madame. Thank you. On behalf of my people, Aurora. We were afraid to never again see the soft green hills of Lemura. I wish I could be happy. My heart is colder than frost. I fear that for my father all hope has been lost. The lady's flute. Let us see what it will do. Fingers crossed. Aurora, you sing like a bird. What sweet music I just heard. Nothing changed at all, not even the weather. Yet somehow I feel a little better. Well, cool. I think that this is a good place to stop for the night. Definitely a good run there on that one. Here on Child of Light. I never knew it. I didn't know it, but I am a poet. I make it rhyme every time. Let's take a look here. Healer in our D&D game, halfling named Willow Porridge Pot. Well, even though he's a halfling, I bet he's hot. My gosh, I've started rhyming. The game's soaking through my head. It's definitely an indication that it's time to put this session to bed. Too funny. Oh my gosh. I hope y'all had a good time tonight. Again, check over all the exciting stuff. Go over to rpgamer.com. I'll be on Monday night next for the RP Gamer Experience. Join me at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we're going to be talking about Operencia, reading your comments and questions around there as part of that show, going through the ins and outs, giving you some hot tips, and helping you through the game and telling you what's good about it. So check out. It's our very first full regular season show of the RP Gamer Experience, and that'll be followed up by a couple more hours of me running through Child of Light. So definitely would like to see you there for that, and then I'll be back again on Thursday. There might be some surprise streams in between there if you want to keep up to date with anything that Anna or I or Tam, some of us more surprisey people like to do. Then you'll need to follow us here at Twitch. Hit the big follow button wherever that is to be notified every time one of us is jumping online. Head on over to our Twitter. You can join, hit RP Gamer, join our follow, whatever it's called on Twitter, like at RPGamer or at JCServant to keep up with me personally. Or join us on our Discord. Go to rpgamer.com/Discord and feel free to chit chat with us there. We'd love to talk with you. So, and I think that's about it. Let me just take a look, see on my notes if I missed anything. No, nope. Other than again, if you're into Monster Hunter, we do have a channel over on Discord, and we're looking at some get-together nights for some Monster Hunter sessions, especially with Rise, Monster Hunter Rise coming up in less than 3 months now. So that's going to be super exciting if you're a fan of Monster Hunter. But again, my name is Phil, aka JCServant from RPGamer. On behalf of the entire RPGamer crew, may all of your adventures be happy. I'm signing out.